Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our February 3rd, 2026 Town Board meeting. If we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Howard, as we welcome you back, why don't you lead?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If we could all remain standing for a moment of silence. We lost a Brookside dad this past week. We also had a house fire on Mosman and Summit. You realize how appreciated our first responders are and the job they do, especially the house fire being out there in the freezing cold Sunday morning where the water was freezing as it hit the ground. We do appreciate all the work they do, and if we could just have that moment of silence for the families affected as well as our first responders for their response.
And I'd like to add, in addition to the first responders, to Alex Preddy and Minneapolis, to have respect for him.
Thank you. So just a couple of quick things before introductions. There should be some seats out in the lobby, and this meeting will be televised out there if anyone wants to go that way. Most likely tonight, I think we are still waiting on more information, and I don't think we will be ready to close this meeting tonight, so there will be another one down the road. I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of that, as it may affect how long you want to stay this evening, because there will be another bite of the apple, so to speak.
We're talking about the public hearing.
Correct.
We're talking about public hearing.
Then for when we do come to courtesy the floor, public comment, if you are here for the cell tower hearing, you will be able to speak at that point. I would ask you to not speak about that so we don't double up on that, if that's okay with everyone. So introductions to my right.
Good evening, Diana Quast, Town Clerk.
Good evening, Patrick Murphy, Town Councilman.
Supervisor Ed Lachterman.
Deputy Supervisor Sergio Esposito.
Susan Siegel, Councilwoman.
Yolande Gilbert, Councilperson.
Adam.
I'm sorry. Multitasking. Adam Rodriguez, Town Attorney. We're a full-service law firm, folks.
And also sitting to his left is Doug Fishman, who was actually to his right, my left, who was the RF expert that came in. So I will move quickly through my reports from the town supervisor. I know there's been question about the master plan. As I mentioned last week, they had a meeting. The meeting happened with a couple of key members of our planning board, along with planning and engineering. They are now devising a report to come back to us to say, this is how we feel you should address the master plan. So that is running and working, and hopefully in the next, by the end of February, we'll have those results and be able to put them onto a work session. We mentioned the fire, and there were a couple things that are very important. Driving around in the storm, I saw quite a few fire hydrants, or I should say after the storm, quite a few fire hydrants buried by the snow. If there is a fire hydrant on your property, it is really your responsibility to clear that. You also definitely want to, because it saves precious minutes in the event of a fire. My wife also pointed out that I had not checked our smoke detectors or our fire extinguishers when the clocks changed. So that is something that we definitely want to make sure you're looking at and keep your home safe. Another safety issue, especially during snow emergencies, is parking. We had some incidents with parking, and wow, I feel like I'm getting the hook off stage. You shut the lights down on me. We had some incidents. There were some ticketing instances, and people were surprised, even though we had been on air quite a bit with that, and it's on the website. Please remember, there is no overnight parking in the town of Yorktown with the exception of a couple of places that are zoned out in the town code. But if you're not sure, please do not park overnight on the street. And when there is a snow emergency, please do not park on the street. It creates an unsafe situation as they come and plow, and then, God forbid you need those emergency services, and they can't get through because of a car parked there. So please be very careful. And on a brighter note, when we talk about safety, first responders, medical, all that, I was made aware that it is the 10-year anniversary of AFC Urgent Care, and they were here with us during COVID and really did a great job for the town and for the residents around the area.
One done by BJ's.
That's one by BJ's, so happy anniversary. It's also owned by a Yorktown resident, Dr. Gupta. So thank you, AFC Urgent Care.
I'll make it quick. It looks like we're in for a long night. Me personally, I'm good to be back. I had a little medical procedure, on the 13th, and it's just good to be back. The library, please go to their website. It's going to be Black History Month all month long there. So please just check out the library's website for all the activities, crafts, everything that goes on there. And it's good to be back. Thanks.
Serge?
Gave it to Lon.
We good?
Yep.
Good evening, everybody. Good to see everybody here tonight. Just some quick stuff about our youth and our high school teams. The Yorktown High School cheer team went to the States, and they placed fifth out of, I think, 84 teams, fifth in the nation. So really cool. They did a great job. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah. There was also a great showing from the Panis cheer team, the Lakeland Panis Rebels wrestling, and the Yorktown High School wrestling team. They are all just excelling. And the Yorktown High School basketball, the varsity team is 13-1. So really good to watch all of our kids succeed and just the many wonderful programs that we have here in Yorktown that I think some of us take for granted. Folks, I know this is a contentious issue. I can tell you that the cell tower issue, I can tell you that I have made no decisions on the matter, and I'm laboring over all of the information that we're getting. We are taking everything into account. But please, I ask all of you when you come up and speak, keep your comments directed to the cell towers and not any of us personally. Because we are citizens of Yorktown just like you guys are, and we have families just like you guys do, and we appreciate your respect just like we give you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sergio. An issue came up at the December hearing on the cell tower, and it's also come up in some of the emails that have been sent to town board members, and that's on who gets notified about these public hearings. So I would just like to clarify that. We have a public notification law in Yorktown. The adjacent properties get notified, and also if it's across the street, you get notified. But that's the extent of it, except that the town board, or if the issue is before the planning board, they can expand. They can expand that at their discretion. So that's why you didn't get notified. On a personal note, I'd just like to add that this law dates back to 1978, when I was involved with the League of Women Voters, and we were the ones that pushed for a notification law. It was the first time in Yorktown, and it still is an issue. And if we want to modify that issue at this, well, we should do that. But you can't. So if you're not the adjacent property owner, you are not going to get notified. And not every action of the town board, for example, the alienation action, the law does not require that to have a notification. Not everything does. The only way to know what's happening at the town board or possibly at the planning board and the zoning board is to look at the agendas for these meetings, and you can do that by subscribing to get the agendas. If you go to the town website, you go to the leadership and government link at the top of the page, and then from there you go to news and public notices. And then you can subscribe, and you can subscribe to which board you want, the town board, the planning board, or the zoning board. So I urge you, stay informed. It comes in your email. You glance at it. Something is not of interest, you just delete it. But this way, that's the way to know what's happening in town. And you can tell what you need to know what's happening in your neighborhood or across town if it's important to you. On the solar law, I think the board will probably be delayed in reaching a decision. When the hearing closed, we left it open for comments from the planning board and from our Climate Smart Committee. The planning board meeting got canceled because of the snow, but I'm expecting that they will take it up when they meet next week. So that will mean a delay for us. Also, I'd like to give you a heads up on something that I'm expecting that will be on the work session agenda next week, and that's to discuss a town service it's not provided by the town, but it's a vital service to us, and that's our ambulance services provided by the Yorktown Ambulance Corps and the Mohegan Volunteer Ambulance Corps. We'll be discussing the long-term financial viability for both those critical volunteer services. So I just want to give you a heads up. It's likely to be on the agenda for next Tuesday. Thank you.
I won't be long because we have a large crowd here. But I've been handed a flyer on behalf of Assemblyman Matt Slater indicating that there will be a diaper and wipes drive to help donate diapers and wipes to babies in need. And there will be locations in Putnam, Carmel, Putnam Valley, town of Southeast Kent, Patterson, and the town of Yorktown and the town hall. And the town of Somers Town Hall. One really quick humorous thing that came to mind after I saw this was years ago my dad had a retail store and he wanted to encourage my sisters to have babies because he wanted grandchildren. And he told them that he would donate Pampers to them. But when they got the large boxes of Pampers, they came without the adhesive tabs. So they had to walk around with rolls of tape in order to utilize the... So it really didn't have the effect that he hoped. But in any event, this is a very good cause, and please keep it in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Lonnie.
I have
Oh, by
to
the way,
add,
it's from February 2nd to the 27th.
Very good.
what will happen to cloth diapers and safety pins? That's what I use on my children.
And one thing that when I just checked back, had missed on my paper that I printed, the Route 100 closure was supposed to end at the end of this week. Unfortunately, due to the storm, they have had 2.5 weeks that they have not been able to do anything. But they will keep us posted. That's New York State Department of Transportation. It is the Muscoot culvert that they were replacing. It's actually in the town of Somers, New York State DOT project. But we will give you an update. I'll try to get that on the website tomorrow as well for those of you inconvenienced by that path.
I can't tell you how many times I've driven there. The nav's telling me don't go this way. I know not to go that way, and yet
You go that way.
I go that way. I'm driving myself nuts, man.
All right, we have two quick proclamations today. Sergio?
Okay. Proclamation recognizing Black History Month, February 2026. Whereas Black History Month is observed each February to recognize and celebrate the rich history, culture, and achievements of Black Americans whose contributions have profoundly shaped our nation and the world, and whereas the achievements of Black leaders, innovators, artists, educators, scientists, activists, and community builders have strengthened our democracy and enriched our culture. And whereas Black History Month is an opportunity to become more knowledgeable about Black heritage and to honor the many Black leaders who have contributed to the progress of our nation, and whereas Black History Month is an opportunity to reflect on our shared history and to recommit ourselves to equity, inclusion, and respect for all people, now therefore be it resolved that on behalf of Edward A. Lachterman, along with the town board of the town of Yorktown, hereby proclaim February 2026 as Black History Month in the town of Yorktown, and we urge all residents to celebrate and observe the month with appropriate ceremonies and activities.
Thank you, Sergio. Our second one tonight is on Youth Leadership Month. Whereas the town of Yorktown has a Yorktown Youth Council whose mission is to promote positive youth involvement in the community, provide a safe forum that allows youth to express ideas, concerns, and comments, and to support youth-inspired community projects, giving youth a voice in town government. And whereas young people are vital contributors to our future, bringing fresh perspectives, innovative ideas, and boundless energy to our communities, and whereas Youth Leadership Month serves as a time to encourage, empower, and celebrate the leadership potential of young individuals, inspiring them to take active roles in shaping a better society, and whereas fostering leadership skills in our youth builds confidence and strengthens civic engagement, responsibility, creativity, and collaboration, and whereas recognizing and supporting youth leadership will ensure a stronger, more inclusive, and more resilient society. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Edward A. Lachterman, along with the Town Board of the Town of Yorktown, hereby proclaim February 2026 as Youth Leadership Month in the Town of Yorktown, and encourage all our residents, schools, community organizations, and civic leaders to recognize, support, and celebrate the contributions and achievements of our youth, and to continue investing in opportunities that empower youth to reach their full potential. And with that, we have a presentation today from the Alliance for Safe Kids. Do I have Liz and some of the Alliance for Safe Kids? Yep.
I spotted Liz. There she is.
There you go. And is this, yes,
This is all for
this
you,
is all for you
Liz.
guys. Now, is this also Youth Council on together, combined?
I'm just going to speak about the Alliance for Safe Kids for just a few minutes and then turn it over to the Youth Council. Would you guys mind just sharing that with the supervisor and the town board?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Liz Talbert, and I'm the Executive Director with the Alliance for Safe Kids here in Yorktown. The Alliance for Safe Kids is a community coalition that has been in existence for over 20 years, and our mission is to connect the community to resources that support substance misuse prevention, treatment, and recovery, youth mental health, and opportunities for thoughtful service. And we do that in a variety of ways. One of which I was just shared with you, our monthly email. We send out lots of information that is timely and lots of opportunities to get involved with our monthly email. We're very active on social media. I'm often at a variety of community events, and then within the last year and a half, I shared the QR code, I know I've mentioned this before, for our virtual Save a Life Wellness Fair, which is an interactive resource that may be accessed on your computer, or it's also an app. You can use it anonymously, and even if you think that you don't need those resources, I feel like everyone should be aware of them, download the app, because you never know who you may come across in the community, a family member, a neighbor, a friend who may need the resources that are available there. Now, the Alliance for Safe Kids, as I mentioned, has been in Yorktown for over 20 years, and a lot has changed. I know some of you have seen the changes from huge forums that we would host with hundreds of people to now hosting that Save a Life fair, virtually, because I've had to do a lot of pivoting. The organization has had to do a lot of pivoting. In 2018, I'm a little dizzy from all the pivoting. In 2018, our federal funding expired. And since that time, we have been very fortunate to receive from different funding sources, a little bit here, a little bit there, to keep things moving ahead. Unfortunately, on December 1st of 2025, I was notified that the funding that ASKS receives from the county would be reduced by 40% beginning in 2026, which for our organization is going to have a significant impact. Then the very following day, I just have to read this because I want to make sure I get the numbers correct. I received results from recent student surveys conducted in Westchester County, not just Yorktown, but the entire county is reflected in this data. And that revealed that the past 30-day use of alcohol and e-cigarettes among students in grades 8, 10, and 12 was slightly higher than the national averages. And in some grades, rates had doubles. So that data really let me know that the work needs to continue for prevention and substance misuse prevention, treatment, and recovery, etc. And we also, a few years ago, became the fiscal sponsor for Drug Crisis in Our Backyard. And we're committed to supporting their mission with all of the free services that they offer to educate and support families that are dealing with substance misuse. They offer a Spotlight Family Support Group 2 times every week online. Naloxone training is available on demand. It can be virtual or in person. Like, for instance, just today, I scheduled a naloxone training that we're doing at Jefferson Village in March, which we're looking forward to. And I know, Supervisor, we spoke at a community event recently about setting up a naloxone training for the community. They have Mindful Yoga for Resilience weekly, and that's on Zoom. And that's really for the people that have someone in their family that they're trying to work through their addiction, and they really need to take care of themselves. And then we are just introducing a grief support group, which is going to be meeting in person once a month. So I'm just sharing all of that with you because I really want you and the community to know that we need as many eyes and ears out there, thinking outside of the box, thinking about funding sources, or, maybe there's someone in your circle or a business that may want to, sponsor. So just kind of planting those seeds. We also, I work closely with the families that brought forth the drug epidemic overdose awareness fence. So, we have an annual awareness event with that, and I maintain the resources that you may access from the QR code that's at the fence. In addition to all of those very important things, I don't really know what my title is, but I would say I'm the advisor for the Yorktown Youth Council. So I brought some wonderful representatives from the Youth Council with me here tonight, and then I'm going to let them introduce themselves and let you know what they are up to.
Thank you, Liz.
Good evening. My name is Jillian Grabowski. I'm a senior at Yorktown High School, and I've been a part of the Yorktown Youth Council since we founded it for 4 years now.
My name is Tyler Katzenberg. I'm a sophomore at Yorktown High School, and this is my first year in the Yorktown Youth Council.
Hi, my name is Max Biaggi. I'm a freshman at Lakeland High School, and this is my second year on the Yorktown Youth Council.
Hi, my name is Layla McGrath. I'm a junior at Lakeland High School, and this is my first year as well on the Yorktown Youth Council.
Can one of you tell us what the Youth Council does?
Yes, so we're here to tell you a little bit about the Youth Council and some initiatives that we're working on right now. So, as I mentioned earlier, the Youth Council was founded in 2022 by a group of high school students that wanted to have more of a say in our town government and just become more active in our community. So our mission is to promote positive youth involvement in our community, provide a safe forum that allows the youth to express ideas, concerns, and comments, and of course to support youth-inspired community projects. So just to touch on some of these projects that we've done, last year we hosted, we called it the Senior Breakfast. We hosted at Beaver Ridge, and we were just able to connect the youth and the elderly in our community, something that we've been talking about for a while. It was so wonderful. We had such great support from our community, so many donations, conversation starters. It was just so great to see our community connecting like that. That is something we're actually planning on doing again this year. We're going to host it at Beaver Ridge again because it was such a great success. So that's going to be in April of 2026. The date is to be determined, but I thought I'd touch on that a little. And right now we're hosting a food drive. So we started this on January 21st, and it's running through February 11th, which is next Wednesday. So the Yorktown Youth Council is hosting this food drive in support of the First Presbyterian Church of Yorktown. We have donation boxes set up at Yorktown High School for the students there, Lakeland High School, as well as right here at Town Hall. And we're just looking for cereal, pasta, rice, any canned food, any non-perishable food really is what we're looking for. And at Yorktown High School we set up a donation box. We've already started seeing donations come in, but we thought we'd come here tonight and just mention it to get the word out, and hopefully if you guys want to donate, please feel free to.
It's great.
Thank you.
Yes, okay.
I'm so sorry. I forgot one thing. So we're actually we've been spreading the word on social media and everything. And Mohansick Elementary School reached out. They're doing a soup drive. So we're gonna collaborate, and they're gonna give us everything that they raise, and we'll all donate it together to the church. Yeah, so exciting.
Jillian, what other youth leadership roles do you have? Because I do know you strong-armed me into something at the school. So.
Yeah, so I do a lot. I'm a part of the Superintendent Student Council at the high school, something that was started last year, and we did so much. We were able to work with you guys and get the C lot paved at the high school, which was a huge concern for many students. Again, we are so grateful for the support. I'm also currently serving as the second lieutenant of the Yorktown Volunteer Ambulance Corps, as well as a cadet riding along on the ambulance, and very involved in music in this community. I just love getting out there and doing things and becoming connected to more people.
Thank you, Jillian.
You have a great role model in Liz. So just to add on that, just last year I was at Beaver Ridge. Julian, you were there, and what happened is the youth grabbed a table, and all the elderly people that live over in Beaver Ridge all sat down, and it's just to see the interaction between the youth and the seniors was great. You did a great job, and you got a nice role model, Liz. We appreciate everything you do for the community.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you to everyone's support.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you all.
I do have this resolution from earlier, proclamation. I'm sorry. So I'd like to present that to you to bring to your meetings, and really appreciate all you guys do on a daily basis.
Thank you. Not yet.
Oh.
You do everything for us.
It took me a long time to realize that she's related. She's married to Matt.
Oh, yeah.
I never connected the two.
We got one more. Hold on.
Thank you.
And then one last thing, Jillian, we'll salute you as the lieutenant.
Thank you.
Very nice.
All right.
That's what I keep talking about. All our kids in Yorktown are just amazing. They just really are.
Okay. John's not here, so we're going to skip over that today.
You want to skip it?
Yeah, we just
Let's
have
go.
so much going on. We have a couple things. Personnel from the personnel department. Accept the retirement letter received from Michael Hawk from the Parks Department with thanks for his many years of service to the town. We're going to appoint Philip Cambriello, excuse me, to the position of Laborer Sewer Department, and we are going to appoint Megan Macedonia to the position of library trainee at the John C. Hart Memorial Library. And finally, accept the resignation letter received from Antonio Galvo from the Parks and Recreation Commission. Anthony, thank you for your service there, and good luck with what you need to take care of. Can I have a motion on those?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We will now open the floor for public comment. 3-minute limit. If you do come to the microphone, please introduce yourself and speak to the town board, not to the room.
And to just reiterate that,
It's not about
anything with the cell tower, please move.
And I will reiterate, please, if it's comments about the cell tower, please hold that to the public meeting.
Okay, great.
Good evening, Larry Killian, Yorktown Heights. In 2017, Yorktown opted in to 485B. Most towns have not. This state law gives developers tax breaks to build new retail and commercial space, which is not needed in the 21st century because of online shopping and e-commerce. So review of town board meetings from 2023 to present found 10 instances when either Ed or Sergio or Patrick had called for a review of this law, yet we still have not gotten to it. In my opinion, we need to reestablish the Industrial and Commercial Incentive Board to evaluate the merits of 485B with a clear charge to conduct the analyses that are specified in the state law, analyses not completed in 2017. It's a fallacy to think that we can appoint a nonpartisan board. If a 5-member board were established, the Dems should appoint 2 members, you'll appoint 3. Hopefully, a unanimous report would result. If not, a minority report could be offered. I know this is not intentional, but the financial analysis you are using to support the law is akin to balancing your checkbook, counting just deposits and not counting the biggest expenses. Let's start with commercial real estate. For the new Caramount Optum building, you are counting net increase in revenue, but not counting the loss of revenue from surrounding buildings who have filed tax certs and have had their taxes reduced. And the sun never sets on those losses. Pending tax certs from nearby buildings and there's a lot, also need to be included. On the retail side, also, you're counting net increases at Lowe's, but not tax certs. For example, $1.9 million in lost town tax revenue at the JV Mall. These losses far outstrip the revenue gains, for example, at Lowe's. And as we see on the agenda tonight, there's another cert coming in. So a formal review of this program should have been conducted years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Peter Cleary, a 4-year resident of Yorktown. Many people in town are concerned about the board favoring businesses and developers at the expense of taxpayers, especially as it relates to ill-advised 485B tax breaks and the siting of cell phone towers. Most towns don't offer 485 tax breaks, so there are numerous examples of robust development in other towns that don't offer this giveaway. Several of you have said at least 10 times that you'd look into 485B and haven't. This inaction continues to negatively impact town finances. Alarm bells about the need to review 485 should have gone off when Uncle G's opened up here in 2022 without a tax break. The business strategy at play here has some marked similarities to BJ's gas situation, with zoning approvals completed in 2014, well before the 485B was discussed. There was no need to grandfather it in, and it increases the tax burden on taxpayers. BJ's put up $1.2 million to build the gas station. The property owner put up just $242,000. The value to the property owner was increased traffic, perhaps by 1,000 cars a day, which greatly increased the value of existing stores. There were similar circumstances at Yorktown Green. The 22-year lease between Uncle G's and the property owner was signed in October of 2020 with a rent of only 42 cents per square foot. But by comparison, a liquor store nearby pays $2.42 per square foot and actually pays more rent each month than Uncle G's. The key point is that redevelopment was accomplished without the tax break. To be clear, I'm not arguing against business or economic growth. Strong local businesses bring jobs, services, and vitality that benefit everyone. But it shouldn't come at the expense of the community that sustains it. When unnecessary tax breaks are given away without a clear public benefit, they drain the very resources that make a place like Yorktown desirable. Responsible economic development means investing in both businesses and the community, and not sacrificing one for the other.
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor Jane Killian, Yorktown. I agree it was a mistake to grandfather in Lowe's and BJ's Gas, but let's focus on the formerly Caramount, now Optum building, because that was not grandfathered in. Thinking about that case raises several questions for me. First question, if the main purpose of a tax break is to keep businesses from leaving town, can you imagine any possible scenario in which Caramount would have moved their Yorktown-based doctors out of Yorktown? Second question, there are other examples of Caramount collecting their doctors in one place up on Hill Boulevard in Yorktown and in Brewster without the need for a tax break. In fact, Congressman Pat Ryan has highlighted this common practice of what is now Optum consolidating services in one location as detrimental to patients receiving service, but that's an important issue perhaps, but not relevant to this discussion. My point is, why was a tax break needed for development in which consolidation was at the center of their business model? That brings me to the third question. It's important to analyze the business model to determine if the benefits to Caramount's consolidation was so substantial that a tax break was not needed. Are there not substantial economies of scale to collecting doctors' offices and services in one location? Wouldn't having scanning and x-rays on site make it more likely that Caramount would get that business rather than another scanning service offered in Yorktown? During the last town board meeting, Sergio, you said that in some instances we, the Killians, may be right, and in some instances we may be wrong about this 485B issue, that it's your job to try to figure that out. You also said that you weren't in the room when these decisions were made on 485B. And lastly, you said that you've been selective in the use of 485B. But that's exactly our point. You can't be selective. If the assessment of a property goes up, the owner fills out the 485B form and gets the tax break. You give up the option of reviewing individual projects. So in those instances, when you said we may be right, we believe we are right. And in all of the largest cases, the burden of covering those tax losses fell to us, the taxpayers. In conclusion, to answer all these questions, a review of the practice of using 485B is years overdue. We need a review board that will honestly examine the evidence and answer the main question: who benefits from the use of 485B, developers or the residents of Yorktown?
I'm Howard Gould, a Yorktown resident. While I do not personally live in the affected area, I stand here tonight as a concerned Yorktown resident to amplify the voices of the community members who live near the T-Bar and Grill. I also appreciate and acknowledge the work of the Planning Board and Councilman Sergio Esposito to their efforts to try to mediate a fair solution and ongoing issue. We appreciate the commitment to agreement. I am always proud to see new businesses thrive in Yorktown. In fact, I would very much like to see the T-Bar and Grill continue to be successful and vibrant part of our town for many years to come. The way we handle this situation can set an important standard for responsible growth, good neighbor relations. However, as many community members can clearly attest, the noise level, specifically the deep, constant bass vibration from the music, has become significantly trust-disruptive issue for those living close by. It's all about the bass. This is important, and we are not questioning the business compliance and overall decibel levels. This is a fundamental need, ensuring that residents can enjoy simple peace and quiet in their homes, especially late at night. The heavy bass sound travels differently than standard music. It vibrates through walls, disruptive, and the very life of family life. A suggestion, proposed solution, a fair agreement. I believe this is simple and neighborly solution that fulfills, respects both the business vibrancy and the residents' right to quiet enjoyment. The agreement we are proposing to straightforward is that the Tea and Grill specifically adjusts and lowers the levels of the deep bass frequency in their audio system. The business can continue to operate, host lively events, and provide entertainment. The residents will no longer suffer the intrusive vibrating noise. This is not an all or nothing approach. It is a proposal for a small technical fix, demonstrates good faith, commitment to be responsible, commitment and cooperative good neighbor. A unified Yorktown promises it is not a weakness. This is a very foundation of a strong community. By the Tea Bar and Grill making a simple technical adjustment to lower the bass, the residents can enjoy their homes. We can all get along, succeed together. I urge the town and the business to embrace the spirit of compromise. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
There is none.
Well, I guess I can't.
Thanks, Howard.
Good evening. Michael Hickens, Yorktown resident. I have two things I want to talk about. The first is I just want to remind the board that several of you have agreed to review the use of 485B. It would be great to hear you guys commit to a process and dates for this review as soon as possible. My other point has to do with what's going on across the country and which directly affects us in Yorktown. The Fourth Amendment's protection against unreasonable search and seizure is not optional, and it's not partisan. It's one of the foundations of professional, lawful policing. Federal courts have been clear. U.S. District Judge Fred Beery, in ordering the release of a 5-year-old child and his father, condemned what he called the, quote, ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas. He went on to warn that, quote, administrative warrants issued by the executive branch to itself do not pass probable cause muster. The Constitution requires an independent judicial officer. Our governor has asked local law enforcement to uphold these constitutional protections. That should not be controversial or used as a political football. Upholding the Constitution is not political correctness, it's the rule of law, and it's what protects both the public and the officers sworn to serve them. To be clear, violent criminals should be arrested, and if they're undocumented, they should be deported. Strong enforcement and constitutional policing are not in conflict. Clear legal standards protect officers from being placed in impossible situations or asked to participate in actions that later prove unlawful. I know I speak for a lot of people across the political spectrum who don't want our neighbors accosted and kidnapped by unidentified masked soldiers because of the color of their skin or the accent they speak with or the place where they work, and we don't want them separated from their children or their children kidnapped and held in detention centers far from their parents. That kind of uncertainty doesn't build safety. It erodes trust. And trust is one of the most important tools law enforcement has. Speaking as the child of Holocaust survivors, I don't raise this lightly. History shows us that democratic backsliding doesn't begin with dramatic announcements. It begins when unlawful practices are normalized and professional safeguards are ignored. So I'm asking this board to invite our police commissioner to speak publicly and take questions from residents. He often addresses this board and does so confidently and with strong opinions about public safety. Given that visibility, it's reasonable and necessary for the public to hear clearly and on the record how police leadership will ensure that Yorktown officers are never asked to assist in actions that violate constitutional standards. Transparency builds trust. Trust supports effective policing. And Yorktown residents deserve the reassurance that enforcing the law here also means defending the Constitution.
John Campobasso, 405 Corning Lane. I just wanted to bring a couple things to the board's attention, and I know how involved you are with our the town. YAC recently lost 2 parents within the last 10 days. So, you know, as we come here tonight and get up on this podium, just remember there's 10 children that lost their fathers in a 10-day period, as young as 42 years old. The second thing I want to bring up is the our first responders, the fire that we had last week. The fire department is all volunteers, and these people were diving into the house looking to save property and lives. So they deserve our gratitude, as well as all of our first responders. And as far as Chief Noble, that is an A-class citizen, and I respect everything he does for this town. That's it. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Jan Mirchandani, Yorktown Heights. I just wanted to, I know a lot of people have talked about the 45B, and there's probably way more people in the room that are going, huh? Because it's very kind of wonky. So the 45B, I know you guys all know, is the tax exemption law for the improved value of a commercial property. And I know you guys have gone into the weeds with it, but for people who, might not be familiar, so it is a tax exemption for commercial property. And I think as somebody had said, it's about $1.7 million that we have exempted in taxes over the last number of years moving forward. So I'm not going to regurgitate what everybody said, but I do want to offer a point of correction. It was commented, I don't know, a week or two ago at a previous meeting that the board is being, selective, and that they're reviewing as these cases come through, as these applications come through. And it's important to note that that's not how the law is written in our town. 45B is actually referring to the New York State law that directs these exemptions for a specific geographic area or a specific industry sector to incentivize that investment in communities. That is not how Yorktown applies the law. We wrote our law for everybody. Everybody gets it. All you need to do is apply. So for the people who have been up here for years, I've been talking about it for a number of years myself. There have been people who've been talking about it way longer than I have, asking that the law be reviewed. I think it is absolutely the responsible thing to do for this board to finally fulfill what you have said you're going to do, which is to reevaluate that law so that we can be selective, that we can incentivize the kinds of commercial development that we want in town and not just be giving away tax exemptions. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Anyone else for courtesy of the floor? Oh. No problem. Thanks, Mike.
My name is Mike Sanmarco. I'm a 35-year resident and a businessman, and I feel like someone from the business community has to speak up on behalf of businesses. The idea that businesses don't take 45B or any tax relief into account when they are evaluating whether to make an investment in this town is nonsense. Of course they do. And it's short-sighted to simply focus on the relief they get early on and not take into account the taxes that they're going to pay forever. Because as soon as you get the 485B exemption, it begins to degrade from day one, and it continues over the course of 10 years. Uncle G's is going to be here well beyond 10 years. And after 10 years, they'll be paying taxes infinity, forever. So, you got to do all the math on it and not be short-sighted. And when I hear the question, how does the town benefit from it? I mean, all you have to do is look at the increased quality of the services that we have in town now. Caramount, Yorktown Green. All right, we're all benefiting from the upgrade in services that we have right here locally from these businesses that make a huge investment in the town while they're getting tax relief and take all the risk. Okay, there's two sides to that coin. And like I said, the tax relief degrades immediately from year one on. I've been in business 33 years. And, things change over the course of years. And while you may get some relief early on, you pay your way. So I think the town has benefited greatly. I would not change 485B. Wouldn't be against a review or a reevaluation, but I think it's unfair to judge the 485B tax relief as being unnecessary, having brought us to the point we're at today with regard to the development and the upgrades and improvements being made in town. Now, if we need to make a review going forward, wonderful. But I think in the whole, it's been a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else for courtesy of the floor? Motion to close courtesy of the floor?
I'll make that motion.
Hold on a second.
Oh, wait.
Hold
Oh.
on. You want to talk about courtesy of the floor?
I'd like to make a presentation to the board. That's okay.
Just step to the mic.
Yeah, we have a 3-minute time limit on courtesy of the floor.
Well, you may be interested for a little bit longer. My name is Carl Jacobs. I live in Putnam County, Putnam Valley, and I'm looking to work with Yorktown to make it a model to utilize non-required equipment from Indian Point. The 4 locations you have in town are emergency planning. You can easily get that property through condemnation or negotiating with Holtec to obtain those 4 locations. Those 4 locations has as-built poles that you could use for cell towers. You can put at least 3 cell towers, and I'm talking just the mechanism, you already have the tower, and cover the areas that could be a concern. Remember, they were designed and located for optimum transmission, those 4 locations. So this program here I have is a plan. I call it all-win solutions because it benefits the carriers because they don't have to build anything. All they have to apply. To build something in Yorktown or any city, it's very expensive. To build a tower of that magnitude, you're probably talking about $200,000 to $250,000. Okay? For Holtec to want to give it to you guys, by law now, since these are no longer part of the emergency planning zone, it was changed back to 3 miles. Yorktown is above 3 miles in your areas. So you have the right to condemn them or go after them and make a deal with them. If they refuse, they get stuck with a large bill to take them down because part of the program is that you have to restore equipment and land when you decommission a power plant and its equipment back to natural. So with that idea and the town owning the poles, you can lease them to at least 3 carriers per pole. That could generate you $1.2 million a year. That's what this proposal is about. I think my 3 minutes is up.
No, not
You
yet.
have 50
not yet.
seconds, but
Keep going. Okay. Keep it going. I'm an engineer, 50 years of engineering. I've worked for the state as an engineer, and I've worked at nuclear facilities, hydro facilities, mostly generation. Now I'm in transmission planning for Orange and Rockland, just to let you know. So my expertise is pretty strong in the area. The purpose of these laws changing, okay, can benefit us. To reduce from 10 to 3 miles, okay, could have a two-edged sword where you're going to have to look for other income because emergency planning funds, which I don't know if you still get, may not be available to you anymore. Holtec is going to say, hey, I'm done. It's changed. I don't have to do that work. So that drives up all your costs for your fire department, what you were getting money for your police. You know, that was all type of funds that went there.
Okay. Our 3 minutes are now, but can I ask you to give me a call tomorrow?
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Cindy will help you out with that. All right. Now, anyone else for courtesy of the floor?
Motion.
Motion, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm just going to quickly address a couple things and try to move forward. You know, people were talking about the selectiveness of the 485B, and you're right, you can't select the different things. But I think what was misrepresented or misspoken we were selective in the beginning because New York State has a model of a 100% write-off on that tax, lasting 10 years and coming back at 10% per year. So we were selective, and we did a 50% instead of 100%. Also, anyone who, I know, Pete, you've only been around 4 years. If you were here 10 plus years and remember Lake Caldor and the tumbleweeds going through the parking lots and the lack of businesses and lack of services, you may realize exactly what the 485B has meant for Yorktown. We are a much different business community than we were back then, with places that used to scoff at the thought of coming to Yorktown now being here, Trader Joe's in particular being one. The other thing we were selective about, people talk about the 485B, and it is a state law, and yes, state laws sometimes scare the heck out of me, but they do help businesses, and the 485B actually helps our residents more than the other solution that they were trying to do, which are IDAs. And if you work in an IDA, what happens is all of the taxes become a pilot, which is a payment in lieu of taxes. So if I'm a new business and I come in and I cut a deal with the county for a pilot and say my taxes are $1 million, that $1 million never touches what we break up as citizens. It goes directly into fund balances. Pilots, they actually hurt the taxpayers, so we try to stay away from them as much as possible. So the example being, we'll make it easy, if we had $10 million in taxes, we got another $1 million coming in, all of us break up the $10 million, we're not now breaking up $11 million. Or 11 million coming into the pot. It's still only 10 million coming into the pot. So those pilots are detrimental in the long run. For us, they are very good for the businesses, and that's why we stay away from that. We want to get tax dollars and revenue on the books because that's what helps our tax bill come down, as there's more pie to, coming in to feed everyone.
How much did Uncle G's invest?
Oh, well, let's not look at Uncle G's. We
Just
spoke
ballpark.
about, I couldn't tell you, but Lowe's alone, they did, in addition to building, they did $2 million in sewer work for the town and the residents back there. And in addition, they did all the traffic lights and widened 202 over there and tried to make that a much clearer entrance-exit area for the Taconic. So they had to do all of that as part of their improvements to get there. So it's a lot more. And then when you look at benefits, I know, Mike, you pointed that out, but, anyone have young kids here that are working, or even seniors that are working at Trader Joe's or Lowe's, Chipotle, anything down in the BJ Shopping Center, all of those stores, Uncle G's, those are jobs for us and for our kids, and they mean a lot to communities, trust me. Let's see. You are right. We've been looking, and Susan made a comment earlier today at how thrilled she was that I think we had, 5 interviews today? 4 or 5 interviews for people for boards. We haven't been having that, and we are trying to put together that community incentive board. I actually had someone express interest who is actually an attorney and could be great in interpreting the laws. But I do take a little umbrage. I will tell you, and matter of fact, today, I only know the political affiliation of one of the people interviewed because he ran for office. And we made a group decision that he will be on the board that he'd like to be on. I didn't want to spoil the surprise, Mike, but
Congratulations.
Congratulations on that. We'll be talking to you during the week. But when we choose boards, we choose it for the betterment of the town of Yorktown. There are actually 3 supervisors sitting at this table, 2 former, 1 current, and I have had and a deputy. But the supervisors that I have worked with, I didn't get to work with Susan. I did work with Lonnie. We all take what we feel is the best of the town in effect. We may disagree. We may have arguments about it when we're talking about some of these things. But the bottom line is what we do is we care about the town, and we make those decisions that are best for the town of Yorktown. And, I take a little umbrage. I never ask anyone, what political affiliation are you? Anyone who's come to me for help, anyone who's come to me for a board, I don't really care. You're a citizen of Yorktown, as I am, and to me that's the important issue. Howard, the T-Bar and Grill, they have, Sergio's been there at 10, 11 o'clock at night. I've been. The neighbors actually called. The last time they called, Sergio called them actually. They're having some music. You guys hearing it? Nothing. They've been making adjustments. Sergio's been meeting with both parties and really working together, so I thank you and applaud you for that, Sergio. John, I like your kudos to the fire department, and I thought I saw Ryan running around there as your son. I know
Where is he?
I don't know where he went to. Did he leave? But one of the comments from one of our firefighters was it was one of the hottest fires that he had been in, and he was actually getting a little nervous. So these guys really do risk and put their life on the line, and
they're all volunteers.
And they're all volunteers.
Yorktown
and that's why we'll be
residents,
having some of the conversation about volunteers next meeting. But they run into trouble, not away. Fourth Amendment, and Mike, and the first off, we don't have a police commissioner. We stop at the office of chief. We actually have 5 police commissioners, and they're all sitting right here. We have a board of commissioners if there's something that can't be handled by the chief of police. Our chief of police has been very transparent about things. Our police department follow the laws, the Constitution. I will ask if he could come in for a presentation, but I think that everyone sitting here at this table are confident about their upholding the Constitution of the state of New York as well as the Constitution of the United States. That's something that I don't know anyone that lives in Yorktown that feels differently. So that's that. And I will say, I personally love the consolidation of Claremont because I used to have to go to Mount Kisco for every appointment, and they have closed up in towns. They have moved. So deciding to stay in Yorktown is a benefit for us and our residents and those in the surrounding area. So once again, there's a scale and there are things on both sides of it. All right. I'm pretty much...
You covered everything. I just one quick fact that I want everybody to know is when I ran 2 years ago, there was over 400,000 square feet of commercial space empty. Right now, Yorktown's thriving. And even prior to that, there was more commercial space vacant. And I don't know how many used the 485B.
9 properties.
9 properties, whatever. But right now, it does need to be addressed and does need to be reviewed, But right now, the town is probably running at about 90% full out of that and that was over 400,000 square feet of vacant space with an additional 120,000 square feet of new space. So it's almost 500,000 square feet of commercial space now that has been populated in the last couple of years. And now Yorktown's a destination. And yes, now it needs to be reviewed, the 485. But, no one forget, when I ran, everybody's like, what are you going to do about the empty stores, the empty stores, the empty stores, the empty stores? And the Caldors, I was in the sailboat in the picture with my brother. We sailed in it. Yes, and the Wintons and Murgatroyds were in their rowboat, and we got the picture in the paper because we have a sailboat. So I remember it all the way back then. So
I have that picture in my phone.
So just real quick on the 45B, I know that the number that was being tossed around was that we lost $1.7 million in tax revenue. What wasn't mentioned was that was the 50%. The other 50%, the $1.7 million of tax revenue that we did receive, nobody mentioned, and what Mr. San Marco mentioned is that eventually expires. So over the course of 10 years, that 1.7 million that we gained and that 1.7 million that we allotted for incentives becomes 3.4 million, right? Because the 50% expires, and then every year, over 10 years, it becomes 40%. Then it becomes
45, 40, 35. So we've been gaining. It's more than 1.7.
So,
We've been
so
gaining
right, yeah. I'm just generalizing it. The way that I know it was mentioned that we get into the weeds with the 485B. I call it transparency. The way the 485B works is if you're paying $1 million in taxes on your property, and you create a $200,000 improvement, you still pay the $1 million. The 50% doesn't go against the $1 million. The 50% goes against the 200,000. So now instead of paying 1.2 million in taxes, you're paying 1.1 million in taxes, and then over the course of 10 years, that extra that 100,000 fades away until it becomes a full assessment. So it's important to understand that, and it's important to be clear on that. Yes, I did mention that we need to look at that, but I got to tell you, to Councilman Murphy's point, it has worked in Yorktown, and it has made Yorktown a destination place, evidenced by, all the stores that are here now. In the day and age of Amazon, it's tough to fill brick and mortar, and we've been doing a damn good job, and I'm damn proud of it. As far as the T-Bar, I think the issue, I was there, we were invited to one of the constituents' houses one night when they had their holiday party. I was asked to accompany the owner of the T-Bar to the constituent's house. And when I got there, it was cold out, so everything was indoors, and they had loud music, but you couldn't really hear it outside. I actually got a video of it. And when I called the constituent to go to his house and see what he was hearing, he said, no, everything is fine. Now, that's great, and I'm not saying everything is fine there. What I'm saying is it's really about the outdoor environment during the summertime. That's where we're striving to mitigate the sound, so this way people could live in the area peacefully, enjoy the home that they bought. And so we've been working on that. The planning board has been working on that. Mr. Tegeter, our planning superintendent, is here. And it's something that we've been taking very seriously, and it's something that we've all spent a lot of time on. So we are looking to resolve the issue. No, we don't want to hurt the business either. And so we're trying to find some kind of a middle ground with it. As far as the Fourth Amendment, look, you want to get into it? I believe there should be a path to citizenship. I am an immigrant myself. I immigrated here many years ago as a minor. And we did it right. We got our paperwork. But it's so difficult to get through the Department of Immigration. It's ridiculous. And I think that the people that are here breaking the law, they need to go. They really do. But there are also good people here. And the question is how do you offer them a path to citizenship so they don't skip the line with people that are trying to do it correctly? And I think if you thought about it in those terms, you could answer a lot of the concerns for people. If you offered people a path to citizenship, then you would be able to vet them. And if you're able to vet them, you would be able to see if they're breaking the law or have broken the law, or whether they don't belong here. And I'll tell you, whoever doesn't show up to the path to citizenship probably has something in their past. And then you could be a little more selective on your target for deportation of the people that really don't belong here because of some criminal behavior, right? And you show compassion to the people that are here, that came here, I'll tell you, invited by our government. And now they people have lived here for 30. Some of my friends, my really good friends, and I think that needs to be addressed in that kind of a vein. But I will tell you, some of the comments that were made were sensational, and that's the rhetoric that we need to keep away from, so we can have a conversation that we could get to a bottom line that can solve the issue to some degree. And I think that's a big problem that we have in this country as well, the sensational rhetoric. Other than that, the T-Bar, I think I'm good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sir Jim. Okay. On 485B, at next week's meeting, I plan to have a resolution for the board to consider to recreate this advisory board. Right?
Susan, I just told you I've been trying to interview people. Haven't been coming in.
Well,
I interviewed an attorney today about being there. So
well, I think it's in terms of creating the committee, we have to give a very clear charge to the committee as to what we expect them to do. One of the issues back in the 2017 is that the committee never did any data analysis. They never did any independent fact finding. Okay, so it was mostly opinion without facts, and I think we have learned from that. So what I would like when we reconstitute the committee, which we would have to do by a resolution, then I would like to have a very clear charge as to exactly what they do. But at this point, since I think the board is in agreement that we're going to reconstitute the committee, I certainly encourage people to send in their resumes. We're looking for people who have not just opinions, but who can have specific skills in data analysis, background in real estate, in commercial real estate. Those are the kinds of people that we need, and people who can understand town's financing and tax certiorari's and all of the complicated issues, because this all boils down to numbers, it boils down to taxes, it boils down to the future of what we want in Yorktown. So I will have that resolution, and I will share it with the board just prior to the meeting so they can review it, because it is time to get this thing done. On T-Bar, yes, the planning board is waiting. They adjourned the public hearing. They're waiting for the applicant to come back with very specific plans on what they're going to do to address the noise issue. As Sergio said, it's mostly outside, but it's also inside. And so while that's being done at the planning board, I think there's an issue with we need to maybe tweak the noise law that we adopted. We never really dealt with that whole bass issue, the bass frequency and the decibels, and bass apparently is very different. So we've got to do a little tweaking. And also it turns out that no one in town staff has the monitor to monitor decibel levels. So what's the sense of saying this is your decibel level is X or Y when we can't even measure that?
You mean
so,
for the bass?
Well,
we do have monitors for decibel levels, but bass is a much lower frequency.
It's difficult. So
Right,
for
it's a
that,
frequency,
yeah,
actually.
for that. So
Howard said it's all about the bass.
It's all about the bass.
So and that becomes the issue. And also for first responders, all I can say is thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I agree. Thank you to especially with the terrible events of the last few weeks. As to 485B, I agree. We need to have a real review of 485B. Ed, it can be looked at in all different respects and aspects in terms of what we have gained, but we also then have to, as I think Larry mentioned, you have to also take into account the reassessments on all the people that come in to have their properties reassessed downward, a modification, and what we lose there. I think we need qualified people to sit down and review this law, the necessity of the law. After all, I believe we're the only town right now in the county that allows for it, and we've had enormous growth in Chappaqua and surrounding areas and the town of Cortland without it. So I think we really just need to review it, and I think we can try to achieve the same growth as other towns with or without it, but we need to review it. And I really would hope that we can do it in a nonpartisan way.
Billy Lonnie?
What?
What are we going to do partisan?
I said I hope
right,
in a
I know, but
right.
what are we how is it not going to be nonpartisan? It's money. You know what? We're talking about taxes, tax dollars.
I mean politically nonpartisan.
He's talking about
once again, I didn't think you asked either. I do not ask. People come in and we take their applications.
I'm just saying, and I hope that's how we proceed.
Okay.
So I just want to correct something. I never committed. I committed to reviewing the law, but Susan, you made it sound like I committed to having a committee.
At this point, I'm not in favor of having a committee to review the law.
okay.
I think we could do it. I just want to clarify everything so this way. it's
We
not-
already have an
so we'll see.
incentive board. It's existing. It has not been dissolved. It has gone away through attrition, but it still exists, and it's something that we will look to reappoint to. So we don't need a resolution. We will need to interview people, and as I said before, we have the interviews coming in. We were very impressed with today. Once again, I only know the political affiliation of one person because I don't care. I want the best people for it. And Susan hit the nail on the head. I want someone who knows real estate. I want someone who knows taxes and certiorari. I want someone who understands malls and what's involved there. Because we do have other projects looking to eventually come here. And you know what? We want to make sure that we are the choice versus a Mount Kisco or a Cortland Town Center or Cortland Manor, because that's what happened to us in the past. And, you know, people could be very short-sighted, not realizing all the growth that went on around us while Yorktown sat in the back seat and didn't get a bite of any of the apples that came in. We just went down and down and down and down until the 485B came around, and that started to turn things. So, you know, we have to realize where we were, where we came from,
And that's
where
what
we're
this
going to.
that's what this committee can do.
Absolutely.
I still think we have a talented group of people that work work in our assessment in all our departments that are more than capable and more than qualified to give us an honest assessment.
And I just
That'll be a
All right.
conversation for
that
another
said,
day.
I just wanted to, I'd like to just comment on the Fourth Amendment issue that was raised, and I having worn several hats serving this town, and one in particular as the town judge, I am confident that the judges that you have selected, the ones that while I was serving, but I can speak to the judges who since have been serving this town. They are incredibly dedicated to judicial independence and the Fourth Amendment and all your constitutional rights, and in effect, they have great respect for our police department, but they hold a separation between the different branches of government, and I can tell you again, I've never had an issue, a significant issue with this town in terms of violating people's rights. And if it were to happen, the judges would be the individuals who would be bringing forth any change, and they haven't. And I didn't. I believed while I served, people's rights were protected, and I believe they're currently protected. But it is important. That said, it's vital that we don't slip, because once you slip, it's a slippery slope. And there's a very famous statement that was done that if in an old movie, The Judgment of Nuremberg, they've done a remake of it, but the judge in that movie said, "I never believed." This was a German judge who said, "I never believed it would ever come to this." And it was the American judge who sat on the trial said, "It came to it the first day you sentenced an individual you knew to be innocent." And that's why it's an incredibly slippery slope if we don't follow the wonderful laws of our Constitution.
I just thank you, Lenny. Just want to clarify something on 485B. The reason I feel that a resolution is needed is before we start appointing people to the committee, we have to make it clear exactly what this committee is going to do. So we know, and anyone who wants to be on the committee knows, and then we judge their work product by the mission and the tasks that we set. And I don't think that is clear. So it would just, I would
We
like
could pull
to
up the
present-
original resolution, Susan.
I
How
have
about
that, and
okay.
we'll have that, and we have to be clear because they did not do all the things that was supposed to.
All righty, so let's get to this week instead of next week. Okay. We're going to open up our public hearing to reconceive.
Can we put that to the end?
Huh?
The resolutions.
Reconvene a public hearing to consider wetland, stormwater, and tree permit application submitted by Homeland Towers LLC for the proposed construction of a telecommunication facility located at 62 Granite Springs Road. Yeah, I'm gonna,
These are boards and
grab our,
these are your again.
thank you. So,
Read them all.
yep, well, let me just read everything in these files. No. So, so we do have some comments here. Do we have our posting? Do we need to see that?
Yeah, it's a reconvene.
Okay, so
Convened
under the original.
you all.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm going to go through these while these gentlemen talk and try to just see things, but we have some boards, we have some letters, including one that came in today from the Yorktown Volunteer Ambulance Corps about the importance of telecommunication, and we have quite a few comments against. We have compiled this. We have multiple emails from people. All of them do make it into the record. I think some people have 7, 8 emails, and we have put them all in, and we've compiled a list to make sure that things get addressed, and make sure we get we do all of our due diligence to go through here.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor and members of the board. Robert Gaudioso with the law firm of Snyder & Snyder on behalf of Homeland Towers. I just wanted to give you a brief update. We don't have a lot to add tonight, but we did meet with the CAC a few different times. We received their comments. We're revising the plans and some additional documentation that we previously submitted that we're updating in response to those comments. We met with the planning board. Unfortunately, the last planning board meeting was canceled due to the storm, so we do intend to meet with them again. We received your consultant's report from Mr. Fishman, and again, we're going to put together a full response to the consultant's report on each and every one of the individual items he called out. We've also received copies of the letters, and both for and against. Thank you to the clerk's office for that. And again, we'll be responding to the comments as necessary. So we don't have anything additional to add tonight. We'd be happy to answer any specific questions, but we do have a little bit of homework to do to respond to the comments, and we'd like to listen to the public's comment this evening as well. Thank you.
Great. Short and sweet. Thank you. So we will open for public comment. I will ask if you feel that everything has been covered, but still would like to get that you would like to say has been covered, but would like to be on the record, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I agree with everything that Pete said. Okay? And save yourself some time and all of us so we could hear the comments. If you do have something that is different, and you really want to make sure that comes across, please do take your time on that. But, you know, there's nothing wrong with saying I agree with the previous speaker.
And also, this is all part of the record.
Yes.
We did a sign-up sheet.
Okay, great. Who has a sign-up sheet? Maura? You do. Okay. Great. We are ready for the public. Let me just open up my comment thing here that I want to look at.
We're going to begin with Molly Ann.
You get to go first.
Hi.
Pull that down, yeah. Pull it down more. You can pull it down more.
I'm a
So
shorty.
I hear you.
Good evening. My name is Molly Vizioli. I am a 6-year resident in Yorktown Heights. I know many residents tonight will speak to the facts that this application has not met the town's stated requirements, that health concerns remain a gray area with no clear accountability for families' long-term well-being, that the need for expanded cell coverage was never convincingly demonstrated, and that transparency from officials and hired assessors has felt vague and insufficient. These facts matter, but tonight I want to speak about something just as important: community. Over the past several weeks, it has not been officials or consultants who brought clarity or connection. It has been neighbors, strangers who share nothing more than an area code, who may have never met face-to-face, came together to exchange information, ask hard questions, and raise their voices, not just for themselves, but for one another. That, to me, is the true meaning of community. This town's own slogan is progress with preservation. That value is why I moved here, why I choose to raise my family here, and why I was proud to invest in a neighborhood that values both growth and care. And today that value feels threatened. Progress should never come at the expense of preservation, especially when preservation of trust, transparency, and communication. When a neighbor I didn't know asked for help protecting the future of this town for my 3-year-old child, I didn't hesitate. My son sleeps blissfully unaware of the fight his neighbors are carrying for him. And it is for him, and for all of our children, that I speak tonight. We have so much to be grateful as a community, and I appreciate the opportunity to be heard. But I urge you, for the future of our children and for the future of community, I respectfully ask you to consider immediate suspension of the cell tower installation and pursue less intrusive, less restrictive alternatives. Thank you for your time and consideration.
James?
James Dungy of Yorktown Heights. I don't have a whole lot to say, except that you've been talking about 45B a lot tonight, and yet when it comes to the cell tower business, it has nothing to do with 45B, and why wouldn't it? Because are we going to get tax money from them by building a tower? Do we get a tax break? Do the residents get anything out of it? Or is it just going to be up next to them where like you said, it's a gray area, like the young lady just said, is a gray area whether it affects people's health or anything else like that. I don't have much more to say about that. I'm sure there's more people that have a lot more ideas than I do and can say a lot better than I can. But thank you very much for hearing me.
I'm back, Mike San Marco. And this is a little unusual for me because, generally speaking, the course of my lifetime, I've been a pro-development advocate. I've been pro-development in this town over the last 5 years, so I'm really happy with the way things have gone. This particular project in this wildlife habitat, to my opinion, to my way of thinking, doesn't meet a high enough bar, a high enough standard whereby we're going to carve up this natural landscape. If the whole case is sometimes I drop a cell phone call, we got to be willing to live with that. I mean, humans got to be willing to put up with some inconveniences in deference to the wildlife. We like to say, I'm a resident here for 35 years. The turtles and the foxes and coyotes that live there, they've been residents here for hundreds of years. So I just don't feel like this project at this point in time, given the fact that it's not yet conclusive that there is gap coverage. It's not yet conclusive how significant the improvement will be. And the two reports I've seen, frankly, aren't supportive of the project. So I don't think at this point in time, to use a double entendre, this project is on solid ground, in as much as it's in a wetland or a wetland buffer. Thank you. But I want to say, I trust this board. I trust all of you, and I know that you'll be deliberate in your thinking and whatever decision you make. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Elizabeth?
Elizabeth Wadowich. I am a 10-year resident of Yorktown Heights. I'm going to be really brief. So I think you said you printed all the comments, so I had them all printed. But I just wanted to make sure the board draw attention to the fact that there have been 85 different individuals who have written comments in opposition to the proposed tower. Additionally, 307 Yorktown residents signed a petition on change.org in opposition to the cell tower. 286 of those, 307, did not write letters. So in total, 352 Yorktown residents have identified themselves as being opposed to this tower. Some of the residents are here tonight. They're wearing black, and some of them have buttons. And I want to draw your attention to that because I understand the board has a very difficult decision to make. And, I've heard a lot from people saying, oh, it's a done deal. You cannot possibly fight this. But there is legal precedent to fight it. So I would like to hand up, two things I would like to hand up. One is the list of the residents that I just named. The second is a court case, federal court case from the Second Circuit, which we sit in which the court upheld the town board's decision, finding that there was substantial evidence to support their decision to not permit the cell tower to be constructed. I think for our own local laws, in order to be granted a wetlands permit, Homeland has to make the showing that they're serving a public benefit, a public service, and I don't think they've done that here. I know we've spoken about the first responders, but I don't think anyone has shown that there has been any actual issue with their cellular communication or with them responding or, people making calls to them. And I don't think it's fair to frame this as first responders versus people against the cell tower, or even people against the cell tower versus people who want service, because I think that we all want people to feel like they have adequate service. I don't believe that the developer has shown that there is a substantial gap in service, which is the standard. That is the federal standard. It's not enough to say we don't have perfect service. As a prior speaker just stated, we're never going to have perfect service. But that is not the legal standard. So is there a substantial gap that would justify going into the wetlands buffer, that would justify the disturbing over 21,000 square feet of land? And I don't believe that showing's been made here. But secondarily, even if the developer had made that showing, they also have to show that their plan is the best way to address that gap. And I believe they have not done that either. I do think there is a better, less intrusive alternative. And I think that is what the Cityscape report actually says, and that would be putting small cells on the existing utility structures. I read Mr. Fishman's report, and I didn't quite fully understand why he doesn't deem that a feasible option in a town like Yorktown. It's been done in towns in Westchester by different providers, such as Crown Castle. They've used small cells to address their gaps in cellular service. Homeland may not be someone who puts small cells up. They build macro towers. I understand that. But this is not about furthering Homeland's needs. This is about furthering the residents' needs and what is best for the residents. So I noticed Mr. Fishman, when he did his report, he wasn't provided with the Cityscape report. I think it would be helpful if he was able to review the Cityscape report and directly address their recommendations, because they actually identified the poles that they would put these small cells on. And if, Mr. Fishman can then opine, if there's issues with that specific plan. I think it would also be helpful, from my reading of Mr. Fishman's report, it appears that he's relying on the VICAM RF study that the developer did from 2021, which I think is a bit illogical, especially given that Homeland just themselves have built they've built 2 towers within a 2-mile radius of the proposed site since that 2021 survey. I think Mr. Fishman's report also relies on an outdated wireless inventory. But those are some of the concerns I have with Mr. Fishman's report, or some clarification I would like. So I don't see this as a battle between service or not people who don't want the cell tower versus adequate service. And I really don't see it actually as a battle between progress and preservation either, because I do think that there is an alternative viable plan that would not disrupt the environment in any way, shape, or form. And since someone brought up the Indian Point siren poles, I think it's interesting to think about those in relation to this project, because they are sitting there and they have no use. And will this tower have no use in my child's lifetime? And some of us have brought our kids here today, and because they're the ones that are really gonna have to live with this decision the longest. And is this tower gonna have any use beyond the next, I don't even know, because of the way that wireless technology advances. But certainly those Indian Point siren poles do not have any use now. So is it worth going into the wetlands barrier and disturbing all that land and disrupting these animals' habitats and destroying yet another green space in our community for something that is short-sighted? So with that, I will leave it to the rest of the group that wants to make comments. And if it's all right, I just hand you up these two things. Thank you. Thank you.
Peter?
Thank you. I find it ironic that we were asked at the start of this meeting to not politicize the siting of this tower. The topic was politicized in a letter that landed in many people's mailboxes today. How much taxpayer money was spent on that letter? Your PR firm likely worked on it and wrote it. An outside law firm probably reviewed it. A fulfillment firm likely printed it, stuffed it, and slapped postage on it to land in mailboxes today. That's a shameful politicizing of an issue, in my opinion, at taxpayer expense. My original comments focused on why the board enthusiastically and unquestioningly sides with the cell phone tower company over concerns of local residents. In brief, I wish your concerns were reversed and you gave the benefit of the doubt to local taxpayers and not an outside company. I've lived in the neighborhood for 4 years and I've never had a call dropped. I know public safety is a major concern, and it should be, but I've never had a call dropped in the whole time I've lived in this town. Finally, I want to thank my neighbors, Elizabeth and everybody else, who came out to prioritize community in organizing opposition to this plan. Thank you all so much.
Hannah, hold on 1 second. I would just like to address something, and it talks about the assumptions. Peter, my fulfillment company is sitting to your left. Cindy Smith packed every letter with the help of Margaret Bagley, who works in my office also. The letter was drawn up by myself and our planning department. No one from any of our legal or our communications company looked at it. I did. Well, the town did. But Peter, hold on. Yes, we did. The taxpayer did. But let me ask you a question. Do we want transparent? No, Peter. It's information. You had your time, and you could come back up later if you want. Raise your hand in the audience right now if you're in favor of transparency in government. Okay, thank you. I was criticized because we only put it online and some people couldn't put it online, so we sent it out within a mile parameter of the tower. Thank you. And you know what? I think people appreciate getting that. And I think it's, once again, it got mailed last week. Excuse me. It did get mailed out last week. Unfortunately, we're dealing with the post office. And it did take a lot longer to get them stuffed and get them all folded. We had to do everything manually because it was a 2-page thing. The only thing that went quick is the postage because we ran it through the machine. Sir, you cannot yell out from the back. So there were 1,500 that went out. They had to be hand stuffed, folded, and gotten out. and yes, we would have loved to have had it out. I put the original up online on January 8th. Thank you. And it took that long to go through the printing, folding, stuffing. I really wish it was out sooner. We had issues with the storm days, and we had other things that became pressing through that. But it was online. It was part of the supervisor's newsletter that went out, and there were people who got it a couple days ago because we were getting comments on it through there. I'm sorry whoever got it today. It was out there, but if you do want transparency, that is what we're trying to give you. And it's really hypocritical to, in one hand, get up and say we're not being transparent, and then to come up and say, oh, but you're not being transparent quick enough, and you shouldn't have done it because it costs money. Well, transparency costs money. Every time we put something in the paper, every time we do a mailing, that costs us money, and that is a cost of transparency and good government. So I'm sorry that you got it today, but that unfortunately it was out there prior, and we thought it would be better to get it out in other ways, because apparently a lot of the people who were saying I only got it today and never saw it didn't see it online, didn't click through. But it was in our press release, it was in our news, we put it out there. You could go back onto the website and see it, but you know what, to come up and criticize transparency when you complain about a lack of it is talking out of both sides of your mouth, Peter. What, Susan?
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. I just wanted to make it clear that that was a letter that was from the supervisor and was not from the town board. That's all I wanted to make that clear.
I also want to make it clear to everybody. Look, I don't know what this rhetoric is about. We're taking sides with Homeland Towers. I've spoken several times, and I've mentioned it several times. We haven't made a decision, and if listening to both sides of the argument is going to be mischaracterized as taking sides. I mean, we're listening. We're here to listen to you guys. And we're here to listen to Mr. Fishman, who we hired as a professional to tell us exactly, to give us another angle, another side of it. Before I'll speak for myself. Before I make any decision, and I'm not on anybody's side on this. I'm listening. We are right now in listening mode. We're trying to figure it out. We're trying to hear what you guys are saying. I've read every one of your letters. Okay, even the multiple ones. All right, and so to mischaracterize that is just. Let's get back on topic. I'd like to hear what you guys have to say about the project, about how you feel about it, and I think we should get right back on it because this was just a distraction. So let's get back to business, please.
Thank you,
Steve.
Well, you have the better hat, so.
Hat and jacket. I don't know. I like them both. What size is that? Just kidding.
It's not selling it.
We'll have to get it tailored like everything else I buy.
Good evening, Council, Lonnie, Susan, Sergio, Ed, Patrick, Diana.
He's good.
Good evening.
Excuse me. I don't know where to begin, but I'll say my family's been in this town for 85 years, taxpayers in this town for 85 years, and the whole 85 years we resided on the banks of Crystal Lake and the surrounding area. My grandfather owned 165 acres, where this tower is part of. He owned from Fred Merck, the builder of Sparkle Lake, on up to Bobby Stewart's family's property in Somers. But I've lived here for 65 years in the same house. I've camped all throughout that property, caught animals all throughout that property, fished the pond, played there. I learned to swim. I learned to swim in Crystal Lake at 3 years old. We had a beach and a picnic area down there that rivals anything over at Sparkle Lake, if there's anybody here that remembers it. It was great. We had a raft out there.
You got one person in the audience that remembers it.
I know this person, and she's been here a lot longer than me too. And there's another one here that's been in here a lot longer than me, too.
I'd be careful about that. You're treading into like, again, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I don't want to drag this out. I oppose this. I think there could be a better spot to find. I would like to start with, for 35 years, I used to come to town boardings every single town board meeting for probably 20 years. And I spoke at them all about many topics, about many issues. But after a while, I kind of figured out I want to do some other things. So, but I know that for a good 35 years, Yorktown pushed and worked very hard to develop an open space initiative. It dates back to even Nancy Elliott. It went to Linda Cooper, Alice Roker, many volunteers on conservation boards, naturalists, wildlife people, Westchester Land Trust, among many others. A lot of volunteers in it. Okay, in the year 2000, on election day, a referendum was put up to the Yorktown voter to yay or nay for an open space land initiative, where every taxpayer in Yorktown, every residence, was assessed something like $28 or $30. I don't know the exact number. But money was raised to acquire open space. I sold 4 acres of land to the Yorktown open space. Some land was donated. It made better sense for those landowners to donate their land rather than to sell it. Yet the land was acquired. So my point here is that if this proposal is going to move forward and the Yorktown voter voted for the open space land initiative and all the land went into a collective pot for open space to preserve land in this town, then the voter should go back out to a referendum again and say, okay, we want to build a cell tower there. Let's put it back out for a public referendum vote and have the voter vote yea or nay whether we want to put a cell tower in preserved open space. That's one thing. The second thing is I want to talk about animals. At Crystal Lake, there's 5 species of turtles that I know of. Box turtles, endangered. They feed in a wetlands area, even though a box turtle is a highland turtle. You've got wood turtles. They're semi-highland and semi-amphibious. They do both. Then you've got painted turtles, spotted turtles, and snapping turtles. They all live in that area. They all feed. They all
turtle too.
They all give birth, lay their eggs on the banks, and within 200 feet of the lake. I've lived there for 65 years. There's that. I've also witnessed 2 different kinds of weasels down there. One being a fisher cat, which is the largest weasel in the weasel family, and I've also encountered mink coats. There's mink there. There's 3 different kinds of owls, hawks, an occasional eagle or 2 lately. There's coyotes, bobcats, swans, cranes, herons, songbirds throughout that whole marsh area. The wildlife that's down there is just incredible, and I would like that to be taken into consideration. It's one of the, in my own opinion, it's one of the top 3 wetlands in the entire town of Yorktown. It feeds directly into the Muscoot, into the Croton Reservoir. So with that saying that, I conclude my statement, and I would just like to say, to end my conversation here, a big shout out to Dave Paganelli and crew. And yesterday was New York State Wetlands Awareness Day, yesterday. And this week coming, in 1969, Yorktown was covered with over 3 feet of snow and 11-foot high snowdrifts, the famous snowstorm of 1969. So good evening, everybody.
Thank you, Steve.
Try to run to highway superintendent when he was today. I didn't recognize him.
Karen?
Good evening, everyone. I apologize. I'm not going to be brief. I would like to start by saying that I am hugely impressed by the community that has come out tonight. For the last 3 years, Doug and I have very often been the only two people coming before the board to discuss this project because it directly impacts my house. I am the homeowner that lives adjacent to the proposed access point for this project. So the fact that the community is now engaged and aware and involved, I think says a great thing about the people who live in Yorktown. Okay, having said that, I'd like to begin by commenting on statements that were made by the attorney for Homeland Towers in regards to the two parcels that are included in the proposed project. When referring to the first parcel, he referred to the property as useless land. I disagree with this characterization. What he calls useless, the residents of Yorktown call open space, which is considered valuable to us. 28 years ago, I purchased my home because of the open space surrounding it. Over the years, I have hiked that property with my family and my dogs on a regular basis. It is an area that changes with the seasons. It is vibrant in the fall with deep oranges, yellows, and red foliage. In the winter, it is stunning with the trees as they are covered with snow, and there is a quiet hush in the woods. This property is Spring and summer bring shade trees in full leaf and an influx of visible wildlife. This property is home to bats, turtles, deer, fox, coyote, bobcats, birds too numerous to count, hawks, a variety of owls, as well as herons and eagles. I would call this a valuable environmental area, which also includes a wetland buffer that is part of what draws many families to Yorktown. As for the second parcel, his comments referred to it as a swamp. In reality, it is the Halleck's Mills wetland, which is a 157-acre New York State and federally regulated Class 1 wetland and wetland buffer, as well as part of the New York City watershed. As such, it is an extremely valuable resource that impacts the water quality for New York City and the surrounding area. In fact, the board of the town of Yorktown has stated for more than a decade that this is a valuable resource that needs protection and has actively pursued millions of dollars in grants for that purpose. The town received $10 million from East of Hudson and an additional $1.2 million in grant money from the federal government with the help of Mondaire Jones. In addition, the town board is currently seeking an additional $1.25 million from the federal government, and the intended uses for these grants is to build infrastructure to create new sewer lines to remove the risk of septic pollution to the Halleck's Mills wetlands from the nearby homes. Clearly, protecting the wetlands and the wetland buffer is a priority to the town, and this project seems to be in direct opposition to the purpose of those grants. As this proposal has progressed, there have been numerous instances of reference by the current and previous town board members, as well as representatives for Homeland Towers, to the Cityscape report, and the need for additional cellular infrastructure was a justification for the project. To ensure that everyone is aware of what we are talking about, it is actually called the Northern Westchester County Cooperative Wireless Communications Master Plan, and it was published in June of 23 by Cityscape Consulting. The plan had been previously presented to the town board in 2022 via a video meeting. If you have not read this plan and you live in the town of Yorktown, I strongly encourage you to do so. It provides a map for all future cellular infrastructure in the town of Yorktown. So while this may not be your neighborhood today, it could very well be your neighborhood tomorrow. The plan includes the towns of Bedford, Lewisboro, Mount Kisco, Newcastle, North Salem, Pound Ridge, Somers, and Yorktown. Now, the supervisor has shared some information from this plan publicly, and I would like to share some additional information that was not included. Within the plan, there are specific summary sections, recommendations of a comprehensive plan for each town. Yorktown's plan divides the town into 3 sections: northern, central, and southern, and does recommend additional infrastructure to improve service throughout the town. Granite Springs Road is in the northern area of the town. The plan summary for Yorktown states, northern, eastern, and southern areas of the town have large areas with coverage and small gaps, while the western side of the town has large gaps with minimal areas of coverage. The public lands that parallel the Taconic State Parkway, the New Croton Reservoir, and the Franklin D. Roosevelt State Park provide limited or no ability to site a cell tower to improve the gaps in those areas. Now, when I looked further into the plan, I found recommendations on what is needed in the town as a whole and what is needed in each area. The report calls for the following infrastructure town-wide: 5 macro towers with a height of 100 feet and 23 small cell sites with a height of 50 feet. Each location is mapped in the report based on their location within the 3 regions of the town. In addition to the proposed 5 new macro towers and 23 small facilities throughout the town, the comprehensive plan also recommends that all existing cellular facilities have co-location with all providers. The report shows the location of 18 cellular facilities currently and which providers are located at each site. At the time the report was written, Verizon only utilized 8 of the 18. T-Mobile and Sprint utilized 13 of 18, and AT&T utilizes 6 of 18. In fact, only 3 of the 18 locations have all 3 providers. What impact would there be to service if all providers utilized all currently available cellular infrastructure locations in the town? The northern part of the town had the following recommendations. The northern portion of the town is represented in the map and shows predicted coverages utilizing existing macro cell facilities. It lists the facilities and says that there is the potential to add 1 macro tower cell site in the vicinity of the Taconic State Parkway and Crampon Road, not Granite Springs Road. The site is represented on the map, which you can see if you look at this plan online. Additionally, the 10 wireless small facilities are suggested on existing Con Ed, which is actually inaccurate because most of us on this side of town have NYSEG, utility poles, or new 50-foot utility poles in the same areas. In the area of Granite Springs Road, only 2 of those small macro sites are actually recommended. They recommend small wireless facilities to fill the gap along the Taconic, along with the existing macro tower. The town's comprehensive plan does not recommend a macro tower at this location on Granite Springs Road. In fact, it only suggests the 1 macro tower in northern Yorktown in the compound area with a tower of only 110 feet in height. In addition to that tower, the 10 small wireless facilities would be sited throughout the entire northern part on the existing utility poles or on new 50-foot poles. Based on these findings, I do not see the need for a 130-foot tower in a parkland within a residential area that requires a wetland permit. There is an alternative option that fulfills the balance between increased service and protecting our neighborhood, open space, and wetlands. So the question to the board is, did the town make any effort to utilize this information? Was there a request for proposals to either locate cellular infrastructure on existing utilities or to build these small facilities either from Homeland Towers, Crown Castle, who also has infrastructure in the town, or other providers? I believe that almost everyone in this room, with the exception of the applicant, would absolutely prefer small, less intrusive facilities over a macro tower that will reach a height of 130 feet with approximately 50 feet above the tree line. The Northern Westchester County Cooperative Wireless Communication Master Plan also states, and I'm quoting, maintaining the view sheds among the hilltops and rural open space regions are top priorities and goals of the Northern Westchester County communities. The goal of the plan aims to complement these objectives in conjunction with balancing the need of additional infrastructure to accommodate the existing and growing wireless demands. It is also recommended that the communities in the plan work to create similar regulations or guidelines to create continuity of the infrastructure across towns. Did you know that Pound Ridge requires all providers to be located on existing cellular infrastructure before a new cell tower can be built? Did you know that Somers does not allow cell towers higher than 25 feet above the tree line, which would put this tower in a range of approximately 105 feet instead of 130? Did you know that Homeland Towers waive the right to add additional height to a tower installed in Pound Ridge? Will you ask them to do that so that this tower does not become a 150-foot tower? While discussing the limits that can be placed on the applicant, it brings me to the issue of the referrals that are listed on the pending project package. The initial referrals were from the Advisory Board on Architecture and Community Appearance, Conservation Board, DEC, DEP, Planning Board, and the Tree Conservation Advisory Commission. All of the referrals, with the exception of the Conservation Board, were for the proposed lease of the town property for a wireless facility, and not for the existing site plan that is before the board. After reviewing the referrals, I have several questions for the board. First, this project was referred to the Architecture Board for the lease, but not for the review of the site plan. Why are they not reviewing something that will clearly impact community appearance? Second, the DEC referral from 11/25/22 states in relation to state-listed species that the absence of data does not necessarily mean that other rare or state-listed species, natural communities, or significant habitats do not exist on or adjacent to the proposed site. Rather, our files currently do not contain information which indicates their presence. For most sites, comprehensive field surveys have not been conducted. We cannot provide a definitive statement on the presence or absence of all rare or state-listed species or significant natural communities. Depending on the nature of the project and the conditions of the site, further information from an on-site survey or other sources may be required to fully assess impacts on biological resources. Are you going to require an on-site survey as recommended? Third, the current referral from the Tree and Conservation Advisory Commission is for the lease only. At this time, the applicant has not been before this commission because, unfortunately, their meeting was canceled because of the snowstorm. The referrals for the Planning and Conservation Boards are also not for this current plan and are still pending. Fourth, the Westchester County Planning Board referral dated January 5th, 2026 states that the applicant indicates that 37 trees will be removed and 24 replacement trees planted. That information is inaccurate, as the applicant's EAF form states that 88 plus or minus trees will be removed. The county recommends that the town and applicant ensure that the greatest possible number of existing trees are protected. This referral should be amended and sent back to the county to reflect the accurate number of trees that are being removed on the site, so that the county can provide feedback for remediation, since the number removed is far greater than the number of trees being planted in replacement. 88 trees removed, 24 trees planted, a difference of 64 trees, which is much more significant than the difference of 13 trees that they submitted. Finally, I question why this project was not referred to the Parks and Recreation Commission and Open Space Review. While there is an alienated area of the parcel for construction, the remaining area will remain open space and parkland. In addition, there is an area of disturbance outside the alienation area on the plans. While the area is being leased, it is still town parkland, and the Parks and Recreation Commission should have oversight of disturbance on parkland. Will you refer to this to those advisory groups? The Stormwater Pollution and Prevention Plan submitted by the applicant states that the project will occur over a period of approximately 12 months. The EAF submitted states that the construction will last 3 months. Can someone explain the discrepancy and correct that information to reflect on both of their forms so that there's the same timeline? The stormwater pollution also lists permits and approvals that are pending, which include lease approval, town wetland and tree removal permits, planning board referral, engineering department, town building permit, town highway permit, a DEC wetland permit, and a DEC speds. At this point, the town does not list referrals for engineering, highway, or building. Were those referrals made, and where are the records for them? This project is also currently being before the Conservation Board and the Tree Conservation Commission, but they are not listed. Why? The stormwater pollution lists stabilization design criteria for snow management and that a plan needs to be prepared. Has that been done and submitted? The stormwater pollution also mentions threatened and endangered species and states that none are present. That is undetermined at this time because there has been no on-site wildlife study to determine that. Under the historic preservation, the stormwater prevention states that it is not adjacent to a property listed as a historic site in New York State, but that is not accurate. Stewart's Farm adjoins this leased property, and it is listed as a historic site in New York State. When looking at the environmental assessment form submitted by the applicant, dated 11/9/25, I have several questions and issues regarding some of the information provided. So questions first. As I reviewed the list of approval authorities, the list includes Town Board and Planning Board in addition to all for the tree permit. So what does all mean? There are agency and approval required by Highway and Building listed, but no information available for referrals to any of those agencies, and it says permits are pending. What is the status of those permits? There are also no actual or projected dates listed. Where is that information available to the public? In regard to the question D2F, will the proposed action include or use on-site one or more sources of air emissions, including fuel combustion, waste, incineration, or other processes or operations? The applicant stated yes. They do not include mobile sources during project operations, such as heavy equipment and delivery vehicles. There will most certainly be vehicles on site and equipment to install the tower. I also understand that there will be, I would assume, a cement mixer, since the compound will have a cement base. Additionally, fuel trucks will need to access the site for whatever generators that are put in place, and maintenance trucks will access the property monthly for each carrier. My question is, what type of generators will be on site? Will they be diesel, propane, lithium-ion battery, and how many will be required? The applicant states that there will be lighting present on the site in D2N. What type of lighting and for what purpose? We live in an area without streetlights. Introducing light every night will negatively impact the area. What is the time frame for the lighting, and where is it being located? Is it really absolutely necessary to have consistent lighting in a wooded area where the equipment will be surrounded by fencing and the access road will be gated and there will be no personnel on site? The applicant states that no significant natural communities are present. How do they know that without an on-site wildlife study? All the resources they mentioned to reach the determination also state that they cannot confirm what is present at an individual location. The applicant has been asked twice by the Conservation Board to complete an on-site wildlife study. Will that be required? Now, areas that seem inaccurate in the EAF form. Section A. The project and applicant sponsor information for the property owner says the town of Yorktown. Well, the email provided is for Matt Slater, who is no longer an employee of the town of Yorktown. Section C, Planning and Zoning. C4D, what parks does this site serve? It lists various parks in the town, but it does not list Sparkle Lake. And Sparkle Lake should be added because it is a town park and it is actually the closest town park to the site. Project details. D1G, proposed and potential development. The number of structures listed is 1. It is listed as only the monopole. It lists the height of the pole, but no width. In addition, it does not include any information for all of the permanent ground structures that will be put in place. And the compound right now, as this plan is put forth, says that it's 3,000 square feet. So I have to assume there are other structures in place. D2, project operations. Under D2B, the applicant states that the area of disturbance is in the buffer only. That form also additionally states project will impact approximately 900 square feet of wetlands and encroach in the adjacent area. These statements contradict themselves. D2F, will the proposed action use or create new demand for water? The applicant states no. But based on their stormwater pollution plan, that is not accurate. It states under dust control, the applicant will, where vegetation or mulch coverage is not practical in disturbed areas of the site, dust shall be controlled by the use of water sprinkling. The surface shall be sprayed until wet, and dust control shall continue until such time as the entire site is adequately stabilized with permanent vegetative cover. So considering this plan is going to have to happen during the winter months, permanent vegetative cover will be a long time. D2F, will the proposed action include or use on-site one or more sources of air emissions, including fuel combustion, waste incineration, and other processes or operations? The applicant stated yes, but they do not include mobile sources during this operation, such as heavy equipment or delivery vehicles. Stationary sources, D2F, again, stationary sources during operations, the applicant states that an emergency generator will be subject to final carrier. Lacking detail of how many, what types will be used, what the fuel source will be, all have potential impacts for emissions concerns. D2M, will the proposed action require removal of existing natural barriers that could act as a noise barrier or screen? The applicant states no. The action will remove 37 trees along my property line and shrubs and any shrubs growing beneath them, which will significantly eliminate screening and increase noise. D2Q, will the proposed action use pesticides? The applicant states no, but the plans for tree planting clearly state, and I am quoting, planted trees shall be protected against deer browse or damage by regular application of deer repellent. The same is stated for the shrubs, that all shrubs shall be protected against deer browse or damage by regular application of deer repellent. There is no definition of what the repellent is or the frequency of the application other than regular. E, site and setting of proposed action. EC, this project is presently used by members of the community for public recreation. The applicant states no. That is inaccurate. The area is used on a regular basis for hiking through the woods by people who live in the area, myself included. E2J, is this project site in the 100-year floodplain? The applicant says no, but when I looked on the Town of Yorktown Comprehensive Plan, it does designate part of this parcel as a 100-year floodplain. E2O, does the project site contain any species or plant that is listed by the federal government or New York State as endangered or threatened, or does it contain any areas identified as habitat for an endangered or threatened species? The applicant states no. That is not accurate. There is at least one protected plant on site. The princess pine, or the ground pine, is present in that area. And the reason I know that is because I have an arborist for her husband, and he has repeatedly reminded me while I am walking through the woods not to step on the princess pine because it is protected in New York State. E2P, does the project site contain any species of plant or animal that is listed by New York State as rare or a species of special concern? Again, they state no, but I refer you back to the princess pine. E3E, does the project site contain or is it substantially contiguous to a building, archaeological site, or district which is listed in the National or State Register of Historic Places, or that has been determined by the Commissioner of New York State Office of Parks and Recreation and Historic Preservation to be eligible for the listing in the State Register of Historic Places? The applicant checked no, which is inaccurate. The property for the lease is contiguous to Stewart's Farm along the leased property line, and Stewart's Farm was added to the New York State Office of Parks and Recreation's Historic Sites in 2023. E3H is the project site within 5 miles of an officially designated and publicly accessible federal, state, or local scenic or aesthetic resource. The applicant does not list Sparkle Lake, which is a local scenic resource, and is within a half of mile of this location. I would ask that the board review all of the information that has been presented by me tonight. There are clearly deficits in the referrals and application as submitted to the town that need to be corrected. I would ask that well, you've already said you're going to continue the public comment, so I don't need to ask that. In addition, while I realize there is a need for balance, there is also a need to do things the right way. Yorktown Code for Wireless Communication Service Facilities does not offer much as far as specific requirements or setbacks within the code. For a co-location, the code states the shared use of wireless communication facilities shall be strongly encouraged in order to preserve the aesthetic and scenic values of the town. Now, I realize the applicant has pointed out that the code also states that wireless facilities on property owned or leased by the town are exempt from the requirements of the code. That does not erase the town's control of these projects. In fact, the town code states, "Nothing herein shall be deemed to create any right or entitlement to use town property for a wireless communication facility. Such a use shall remain within the sole and absolute discretion of the town, which may impose such conditions on any such use as it deems appropriate." As a result, the town board has the ability to set any limits or requirements that they choose. You have the ability to control the impact of this project, to ensure that it is not actually in the wetlands, that the wildlife studies are being conducted, that heights are restricted so that the tower does not stand 50 feet above our tree line, that the tower utilizes stealth screening, that the maximum amount of plantings and tree replacement that is required is better than what is needed to better screen the neighbors that are adjoining this property. The scope of what you can require is entirely up to you. Thank you for your time.
Karen. Excuse me, Karen. Can I have a copy of that? Thank you.
Please. Can you email the entire board, please?
Did she leave you anything to talk about, Doug?
Unfortunately, she did. Doug Erickson, resident next door to this project as well.
I guess you're an arborist.
I am an arborist. Yes, I am. So I'm going to start with what I've been talking about for the most part from the very beginning, which is the wetland and my concerns about the wetland and how this project demonstrates where the wetland exists. At the beginning of this whole adventure, Homeland Towers quickly came to the conclusion that access to the site was a hurdle. They originally actively pursued an easement from us and expressed repeatedly to us that it would be very difficult to complete this project without it, as they would need to go into the wetland and deal with the Army Corps of Engineers, something they are clearly wanted to avoid, so much so that they offered us over time more and more money till it's substantially more money than they are paying you to do this project. We said no. I'm going to go through sort of the series of sort of steps of the plan as it developed related to the wetland delineation and the boundary. In August of 22, an email, this is all from the FOIL request and information that was provided by you guys. Mr. Wimmer, Klaus Wimmer, sent an email at the time to Matt Slater and said, "Good afternoon, Supervisor. In advance of our call tomorrow, I wanted to provide some background information for review. The issue is that due to the adjacent wetlands, the width of the usable access at one point narrows to about 8 feet, which is not wide enough to construct a 10 to 12-foot access drive without impacting the actual wetlands." September of that same year, an email was sent to Mr. Tegeter. "The issue is that due to the adjacent wetlands, the width of this usable access from Granite Springs Road at one point narrows to about 8 feet, which is not wide enough to construct a 10-foot to 12-foot access drive without impacting the actual wetlands. Accessing the site from Granite Springs Road will require a Town of Yorktown wetland permit, a DEC wetland permit, a DEP variance, an Army Corps of Engineers permit for impact on federal wetlands. That could take 2 to 3 years, something they clearly don't want to do. Also in September, a little bit later, Mr. Wimmer to Mr. Tegeter, as discussed, please see the DEC validated wetland delineation map. The town's wetland consultant, Joanna Duffy from Barton and Loaded Ice, later delineated the wetland line about 6 to 7 feet closer to the rear corner of our property. I'm just paraphrasing there, but to 54 Granite Springs Road. Our wetland engineer thinks that we need an Army Corps of Engineers permit when we encroach into the town wetland. Right? This is all the communication back and forth to your predecessors and you folks. So Ms. Duffy, who was your consultant, who paired up on this when you asked her to, in November of 22, good morning, John, again to Mr. Tegeter. I took a look at the 2 PDFs you sent along on Friday for the Granite Springs Road Homeland Tower site. As previously discussed, there was a wetland boundary adjustment made in the field during the wetland verification visit with the applicant and their consultant. When we've chatted, it appeared to you on the screen that there was a document that showed both of these, but now this new plan doesn't. Can you provide that information? So again, referencing the fact that the wetland line is in question, right, between the two applicants. Again, Ms. Duffy in December. Per our discussion of this project, it appears that the revised federal and town wetland jurisdiction boundary that was demarcated with the client in the field is depicted west or wetlandward of the DEC line, meaning further away from our property. Based on the line types in my previous discussion, the line for the DEC wetland boundary should be flags numbered, lots of numbers, WFA, WF7, and so forth. But my adjusted boundary should be depicted east of the DEC line wetland boundary, recognizing flag locations in slightly different locations as she references, which means it puts it back closer to me. So all these emails show through this whole conversation that your consultant had a different opinion than their consultant. And at one point, they even tried to move the line. Well, the email shows the town environmental consultant moved the line closer to our property, which meant the drive would now be more in the wetlands and certainly require an Army Corps of Engineers permit. It is acknowledged by the applicant in the emails multiple times. And they also demonstrate that at one point they attempted to move the line in the other direction, hopefully, I presume, hoping that we wouldn't notice, so that they could have a situation where they're not in the wetlands. Okay. This brings us to the town board filing for May 21 of 24 when the alienation took place. I had to write some notes here because I wanted to step in. Susan, your point that has gone back and forth in emails about that not requiring written notice about that particular hearing, like not all, right. So, however, while written notice wasn't required, that agenda item landed on the agenda at 5:19 of the day of the meeting. So this very important issue was not notified, and when it was brought up by me that we weren't given 24 hours notice, it was said, well, it was a last-minute addition. However, in the FOIL conversation, in the FOIL letters I received, there's a clear letter from Snyder and Sider dated May 3rd of 24, referencing appearing on the town board on May 21, 24. So I'm not going to go back and rehash history, but that go forward and transparency conversation, I look forward to continued efforts to improve that. Because on that day, definitely didn't happen. So at that meeting, the revised site plan and the wetland report from KSCJ, which is their consultant, were submitted to the town as part of a presentation for the home rule request for the parkland alienation. So the site plan, which I have a picture of here, but shows clearly the line created by Miss Duffy, basically halfway through the proposed drawing for the road. Right? So clearly indicating that much of the road is in the actual wetlands. So the wetland report from KGC includes the following statements in regard to the wetland encroachment. Wetlands were delineated in accordance with the town's definition of wetland, freshwater wetland, and the wetland boundary line was evaluated by the town of Yorktown's wetland consultant on March 2, 22. The town regulates the 100-foot wetland watercourse buffer area, and disturbance within the wetland or buffer as proposed will require a wetland permit from the town of Yorktown. On-site wetlands are the jurisdiction of the Corps of Engineers, and disturbance within the wetland proper, as proposed, will require a permit as issued by the Army Corps of Engineers. And note that the Corps of Engineers doesn't specifically regulate the wetland adjacent area. or the buffer. On-site wetlands were delineated in accordance with the Corps of Engineers Wetland Delineation Manual and its supplements. While the wetland boundary line is confirmed by the DEC and the town of Yorktown are similar, the boundary line does vary between the wetland flags of various numbers, A5, A7, A9, whereby the town's line is located further into the site to the east, closer to my house, than the DEC wetland boundary. The two lines are depicted on the drawing that was submitted that day. While the formal Corps of Engineers determination has not been conducted, for the purposes of this analysis and permitting, we, their consultant, assumes that the Corps of Engineers wetland boundary line is coterminous, we had to look it up, in agreement with that of the town's line. So their engineer, their expert, says the line that your consultant created is the line that the Corps of Engineers almost certainly would agree with. So, we go further. The impact of these wetlands is anticipated that total site construction will result in approximately 26,000 square feet, not including landscaping and wetland mitigation. Of the 26,000 square feet of total disturbance, approximately 13,775 feet will be in the buffer, and 920 square feet will be in the wetland proper. Disturbance within the wetland buffer will take the form of tree removal, land grading, and such and so forth. Portion of the project will be located within the existing wetland consists of 86 feet of proposed retaining wall, 385 feet of gravel driveway, and associated grading. Okay, so some of that obviously might have changed in this plan, but the line didn't change, right? And the Corps of Engineers was not going to need to be involved. So we land at August of 22. So from August of 22 until May of 24, your applicant agreed with your consultant. They believed that their line was coterminous. I'd say it a lot of times to be able to say that right. In agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers. And that the Army Corps of Engineers, agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers. So, here we are with the plans that were submitted in December of 25. And the drive has been narrowed. Retaining walls have been redesigned. The drive no longer accesses the wetlands. It's now 4.5 feet from my property. The flaggings and markings for your consultant have been completely removed and not referenced at all. And what was an 8-foot space between our property and the wetlands, they happily agreed to multiple times and submitted to the town board for the alienation of the property, now has changed dramatically enough to allow for a setback between our property and a 10-foot drive in the space and still not be in the wetlands. Miracles never cease. So, based on that, I'm coming to the end, I promise. Again, most of this information came from the FOIL information. So, we weren't aware of a lot of this discrepancy around like these two lines. It wasn't transparent to us until we got the FOIL documents, right? But when Homeland approached us in June, prior to bringing this project to you in July, they shared with us this change, this miracle, and we were very skeptical. We've always believed that the wetland line that Homeland created was not accurate based on what we've seen in our own daily lives and all of the previous projects that were attempted by the previous developers, where wetlands were delineated very much differently than their line. So we decided to hire an expert of our own, right, and get his opinion with your blessing, right? So that delineation was done July of 2025. Just for reference, all of their delineations were done in either November or December of whatever year that they looked at that land. Again, we've talked in the past about how important it is to see vegetation, and there was no ability to see vegetation in November or December. Our expert determined the line was similar, as it turns out, because he was not aware either of Miss Duffy's line, but very similar. Not identical, but very similar in terms of moving it closer to our property. So, at this point, the wetland boundary has not been resolved, and there's many conflicting expert opinions, right? So I'm going to read my expert's just statement. He says, this is July 11th, 2025, regarding the wetland boundary review. As per your request, on July 9th, I reviewed the portion of the previously flagged wetland boundary located on town-owned land in the area closest to your northwestern border. Specifically, I reviewed the area between wetlands A5 and A7, same flags that Ms. Duffy referenced, and a distance of approximately 100 feet. It's unknown to me who flagged the original boundary or when it was flagged, but the wetland flagging did appear to be recent, actually within a year probably, as the numbering system on the ribbons was still very visible. The flagging was not an accurate depiction of the wetland boundary under existing conditions, in my professional opinion. The wetland line should be closer to your property line, especially in the vicinity of wetland flag A6, which is clearly in the wrong place. I recommend that the wetland expert be asked to redelineate that portion of the boundary, and so that the wetland line more accurately represents existing conditions, and I would be happy to meet on site with that expert during the visit so that we are all in agreement with whatever the final wetland boundary outcome is. All right, so promise, I'm almost done. So you talk about moving the goalposts. If this is an example of moving the goalposts, I don't know what is. Clearly, it's a discrepancy, right? It's a key issue to this project. As a correct location of the line is essential to protecting the wetland. I request that this be revisited in the growing season when there's vegetation present, when a panel of experts bring it in. Don't find mine, find someone else, get yours, get theirs, but look at it together and get a true location of the line, right? Again, yes, no, say the tower's there, shouldn't be there, do it right. Same thing that Karen pointed out, all of that information in the environmental assessment form. I don't envy you guys because you're the lead agency. I don't know why you didn't give that back to planning. They're the ones that probably know it better anyway. But you guys are now have to follow all those dots and see those I's and T's crossed that she went through days of time looking through and figuring out. But anyway, that's where you're at. So that's my wetland conversation. I did also want to quickly address the whole conversation around gap in coverage. And I don't want to call it fear-mongering, but this emphasis on the public safety and bringing it up is important. I fully appreciate and respect what first responders do. But I'm going to tell the story that just happened. There was an accident right there less than 2 weeks ago, right? Right in this area where service is sometimes questionable, right? I was the second person on scene. I called 911. Immediately got through, spoke to 911, carried the information across that they needed. Your first responders got on the way. While that was happening, I was helping the individual sort of stay calm in the car. She wanted to reach out to her husband. Dialed her number from my cell phone. She was able to speak to her husband. Her husband, they live on his cell phone on Holmes Lane. Holmes Lane is smack dab in the middle of where there's no coverage. He was able to talk for a minute and a half on his cell phone with her husband in that area where there is no coverage. So I don't dispute there are times where calls drop. But from an emergency services perspective, I think it's disingenuous to present a view that people are in danger when your police chief has publicly said his service is better than ever. Your fire chief says it would be nice to have more service, but takes serious caution partnering with Homeland because their track record of doing what they say will do is suspect. His letter, his words. This combined with a very recent real-life experience, right? Public safety is a very valid reason, but I'm not sure it's a real reason in this project, right? The letter, perfectly respect and appreciate the transparency. I think some of the frustration and perception is reality for people, right? Is that what was delivered was essentially a view of Homeland's presentation, right? There was not a lot of equity in what was presented about options, right? It pretty much said, Homeland said this is the best thing to do, paraphrasing, right? So that was perceived. That's certainly how I perceived it, and I think that's why a lot of people in this room, not so much as when it was delivered, is that it didn't seem to be an equal presentation of what's possible. So I would encourage that we still consider. I just find it, I'm confused often that we are so resistant to truly considering alternatives. And I understand Mr. Fishman's information, somewhat supports, a big tower, but it also doesn't have all the information that was just shared tonight about the Cityscape report. I had the opportunity this morning, to speak to someone from Crown Castle, which is one of several providers that do smaller stuff. He shared with me projects in Scarsdale, White Plains, Bedford, Katona that are either in place or in advanced stages of planning. These are all projects that involve not using macro towers to solve problems, right? He said, of course, every area is different. No commitment that his solution would be a solution for here, right? Doesn't know the data, doesn't know the information. There's really an informational meeting. Also clarified, similar to some of the restrictions on communities about restricting, cell towers for certain reasons, utility companies are not permitted to restrict or refuse access. So they have an obligation, and depending on the need, can be expected to provide access. So that can be a barrier that can be overcome. I just think without engaging in at least an invitation to come and speak to us, how can you dismiss these kinds of solutions, right? I think it's really disingenuous to say we put this information out. Homeland's going to speak for what they think they want because it serves their purpose. I get it; it's their job. I'm not making them bad people for that, right? But I think we should be able to look at all options before we make our decisions. One other thing, again, just from whoever does this project or whatever project that gets done that might help solve this problem, if there is one, I raised a question about an RFP. He walked out. You missed my whole thing. Mr. Rodriguez was quick to say, "Oh, we didn't have to do an RFP," right? It wasn't my point. My point wasn't whether it was required legally. Isn't it an issue of fiscal and moral responsibility of the board to seek competitive proposals for a solution to a perceived problem? Right? You could get a better deal. You could get a lot more money. Other towns get a lot more money from these people. They were going to give me a lot more money than they're going to give you to do this project. So from a income perspective, and you're talking about taxes and how many taxes you lose and how many taxes you get. I mean, income is important. I don't disagree. If we're going to do something, however we do it, we should get something for it, right? So I just want to include by echoing the points that my lovely wife made way better than I did. But the town code gives you all the authority to create guidelines, limits on this project that will protect the integrity of the wetland, minimize the removal of trees, consider the impacts on adjacent neighbors in the wider community. And you can even decide that this is not the right location or the right solution. You can find a better way to deal with the issue. And as always, I thank you for your time. Right. Thank you.
Doug. All right. No way. I would like that also, if you don't mind. It's a copy, but I will say, as we pointed out before, that letter was written like at the beginning of January, and this is why we have the process. Yeah. A lot has come through, and that we've hired since Mr. Fishman. Right. To get that perspective. So
again, I appreciate that it was sending it out is better than not. I think
right.
that's great.
But
I think a full picture.
Yeah, right? and I think if I had reread it and then asked to change something, it was probably have been appropriate before mailing, but I might have gotten brained by Cindy. Right. But I thank you, your wife, and all the people coming up with this information, because this is what helps our process. And there are definitely a couple of questions that we want some hard answers to.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
If you could email that to the entire board so we could all see it, both of you, that'd be great.
Would you have a problem with 2 minutes just to take a break for a
2-minute break?
I mean,
sure. I've been requested for a 2-minute break, so if we could just have that for our board. Thank you. Folks, we're going to get started again.
I don't want to get your if it's not spilling past water, I can get your wires.
Okay, in seeing the amount of people still on the list, I will ask once again if you agree with someone who already spoke and could limit your comments to that. That would be great. I would like to hear from everyone here tonight, especially there may be something new to come to the record. There were a couple things that popped onto my list after listening, so you know, the quicker we could move through. We are we a midnight limit on this? We have a midnight limit, so I want to make sure that we can get through.
What's wrong with 1 o'clock?
Yeah, and the reason being, is, as our clerk just explained, is that a public hearing is convened for today, February 3rd. Once we hit February 4th,
no,
we are not a noticed meeting. So, all right.
Carl.
And I want to thank everyone for the 2-minute indulgence.
Is Carl still here?
Next. He agrees with Doug.
Michael Hickens.
Hi, good evening. Michael Hickens, Yorktown resident. I had a lot of things prepared to say, but I'm just amazed at the great presentations that came before me, and I'm not going to take up a lot of your time. There are a couple of things I either wanted to say that haven't been said or reinforce one or two things. The first thing is I live about 7 miles away from where the proposed tower will be, and I oppose the cell tower. And I just wanted to say that because it's not a case of not in my neighborhood. There are repercussions of this tower ripple across all of Yorktown, and one of the reasons I moved here 13 years ago, and I'm so happy to raise my 9-year-old son here, is because of the abundant wildlife. And you know, we all know about wildlife. The rats brought the Black Plague, and wolves terrorized Europe for centuries, and the bears came and knocked Goldilocks out of the house. I mean, you know, but seriously, wildlife is really an important part of our culture. It's part of what we fear and what we love, and it provides our children with real life examples of life, in the struggles of life, without having to watch, you know, Real Housewives of Beverly Hills or whatever. They can see actual conflict, and I think that's important, that they be exposed to wildlife in all of its forms, and the more that we encroach on wildlife, the less of it there is. And it's easy enough to say, well, it's just a buffer, and it's just this one little area. But as Stephen spoke so eloquently, there are so many species, and some of them are so fragile. And if they don't have that area, and they have to go to another area, and then that area gets developed, where does it end? And then where does it end for our kids? The other thing, I wanted to talk about the 1996 Telecommunications Act, because it really doesn't require us to choose the most pristine, unspoiled location with pastoral character, especially when there are other sites available. And it doesn't require us to use land that was deeded to the town specifically to preserve its character. Sometimes, as Joni Mitchell said, you really do have to pave over paradise. But, you know, parking lots, heavy machinery, infrastructure, may be not necessary. Clearly, the one party that benefits from the cell tower is Homeland. It's their revenue that's at stake. That's why they're willing to pay so much money to the land, to the property owners. It's why they're fighting so hard for this. We've had numerous people testify that there isn't a coverage gap. Certainly, there's a possibility that a call gets dropped every now and then, but it also happens in areas where there aren't supposed to be coverage gaps. So at the end of the day, I think I hope the board considers more seriously the environmental impact and the fact that other than Homeland, no one in this community seems to get any benefit from this tower. Thank you.
Charles?
Well, I had a lot more to say. My name is Charles Ewings, and I live at 166 Arana Springs. Okay, I had a lot more to say because I thought in your letter it was saying it was going right there by the Park House, the Park building, and now it's not. I was told by Ms. Siegel. I agree with the couple. They were very informative, and my big thing was the health concerns. Okay, they're recommending 400 meters at least from a house, which is about 1,300, 1,400 feet. Okay, and they say that the electromagnetic fields, you get headaches, neurobehavior systems, sleep problems, and the International Agency Research on Cancer, WHO organization, says that it's possible carcinogenic to humans, and then there's surveys that they did with rats, and they found they had malignant heart tumors and some evidence of brain and adrenal gland problems. Okay, and then there's other stuff, but basically, cut the time short.
Thank you, Charles. Charles, real quick, which study were you citing, just so I could...
From your letter. Oh, the study, I don't... There was a bunch of them.
Okay. If you find it, don't bother.
I have
now.
something
Here,
from EMF.
Let me give you my card. If you could just let me know which ones, just so I could read those. It's there are a lot of reports out there to go through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Monica?
Good evening, Monica Cole, Yorktown Heights. Nice to see you again.
Hi, Monica.
I'm going to try not to be redundant. Sorry. Can you hear me? Okay. So many issues brought up this evening, and I hope they're all valuable as you all try to figure this out. What I'd like to give you is why I think you should decline this and talk about how did this cell tower proposal actually end up targeting a residential area of Yorktown and being proposed to be 400 feet from homes. 62 Granite Springs Road was residential property deemed unusable due to wetlands. The previous owner had gifted the land to the town to be used as parkland. Homeland asked Yorktown if they could put a tower near Granite Springs Road in Yorktown. A curious request because the gold standard FCC broadband coverage map does not present a cell gap in Yorktown. If you look at that map, near the site of the proposal. And the FCC legally requires all cell carriers to report their coverage areas to maintain the accuracy of the FCC broadband map. So, they need to have a standard. The same gold standard FCC broadband coverage map doesn't show a cell gap presenting in Yorktown's neighboring town of Somers. No, I'm sorry, it does show. That's where it shows, in Somers. That Somers gap presents close to the proposed tower at 62 Granite Springs Road. Yorktown's cell tower ordinance only allows cell towers on town land. So that's how Yorktown ended up alienating the parkland, because they wanted to have town land to use for that purpose to put a cell tower on. One of the reasons for having this tower was mentioned that it's for emergency services. In the FOIL request, I was unable to find a report that was produced from an independent radio communications specialist documenting any problems with the fire department's communication system. And on December the 16th, 2025, Yorktown's fire commissioner explains that the fire department has worked with Homeland Towers on the previous projects, and Homeland did not honor their commitment to supply important radio components and adequate space on the tower. This resulted in unplanned costs to the fire district taxpayers. The fire commissioner also states that the tower should be positioned at least 1,400 feet from any residential property, which is important to note because Homeland would like to put it at 400 feet. Also interesting is the International Association of Firefighters is opposed to cell towers on fire stations. Why? Because until the study with the highest scientific merit and integrity on health effects of exposure to RF is conducted and proven that such sittings of towers are not hazardous to the health of their members. So the union's protecting the firefighters because they know the research has not been done. We talked about Stewart's Farm, and Jilco also was apparently asked at one time if they could have a tower over there, and they said no. And I suspect it has to do with cell town ordinances in Somers do not allow the cell towers near the residents or the homes or schools or businesses or historic properties because they're trying to protect them. We talked about the monopole is not recommended in the cityscape, so that should be taken into account. We talked about the accident that took place on January 24th. 2026, and how people's phones were working. There was no issues making calls. What wasn't brought up is that the Verizon worker was working on the site at the time, and some people spoke to him, and he was surprised that a 130-foot monopole was being proposed in that wetland. He also said the 130-foot monopole would not even benefit Yorktown, but maybe it'll benefit the Somers cell gap that presents on the maps. Did you know living too close to a cell tower can actually lead to poor signal quality due to single signal overload or interference? It's true. Yep. How can Homeland guarantee better service to a location that does not have a cell gap defined on a coverage map? Think about that. How can Homeland or a cell carrier guarantee reliable cell service in an area with many propagation barriers? Let's talk about propagation. That means how does that signal spread? 4G and 5G signals will be weakened or dropped by barriers such as trees. And the current proposal calls for cutting down of 84 fully mature trees in an area that is known to flood. Other propagation barriers are vegetation, topography, construction materials, including low-E glass on your windows, weather, height of the pole, and the angle of the antenna. So the $3,000 RF consultant's report that Douglas Fishman was provided us, he doesn't use definitive language, really, as he describes what's going on with the RF. Check it out yourself so you can see what I'm talking about. Confirming towers and cell carriers will never guarantee to deliver a usable, reliable signal to everyone, everywhere, at all times. Not going to happen. The RF consultant's report claims there is a cell gap, but I don't know if that's really proof, being that it was based on a 2021 VCOM report. VCOM is a way of measuring if there's a cell gap or not. So it kind of is another way to look at that in addition to the FCC broadband maps. The RF's consultant report states there's no data provided to substantiate the claim that the site is needed to offload capacity from neighboring sites. And Homeland has not done an adequate job submitting justification for this new site. The RF consultant's report only confirms the tower will work within the limits of the 30-year-old FCC data and recommendations. 30 years old. Yorktown will never be sending an independent contractor to randomly monitor the tower to ensure the tower is within the FCC RF limits. This is really important. Section 704 in the 30-year-old 1996 Telecommunications Act muzzles anyone questioning health concerns from a cell tower RF and blocks any town from using health concerns as an excuse to reject a proposal. It really does that. In 2021, the FCC lost in court after 11,000 pages of data refuted the FCC conclusion that there is no evidence of harm caused by wireless technology. In January 2026, our government is now requiring the FCC to conduct proper and complete studies to improve the RF data and safety regulations. Listen to this. The government knows no independent scientific evidence proves 5G is safe, and corporate interests can no longer be prioritized over public health.
If you could keep your comments to the board, please. Please keep your comments to the board.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thought I did.
It's very educational.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just trying to keep everybody awake. There are towns, Stamford and Easton, Connecticut, implemented moratoriums in 2023 for 5G installations until independent studies are completed and prove 5G is safe. If this tower is not stopped, it could become an ongoing cell tower battle like the one currently being fought in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Health issues, including cancer, are presenting in people living near the Pittsfield Tower, and it's proving to be very difficult to get the tower turned off and taken down. A few more issues to consider. FOIL documents, when you looked at what was going on from 21 or 22 until now, there were inconsistency with the address of this proposal. 62 was also represented as 106 or 109 or even GPS coordinates, and I think that added to the confusion of where this was being located, because a community member had questioned that at one of the meetings, and you shared the noticing, so thank you for explaining that. There were issues with open meeting laws, meaning that the agendas weren't posted within the laws. The board did admit and apologize for this publicly, but not posting agendas is not in compliance with the law, and it doesn't give the public time to know that that's going to be on the agenda and come and address it with you. So I think improvement can happen there. We talked about the wetlands delineation. A written request has been submitted to the town asking Homeland to conduct a balloon test so all can visualize the proposed tower's impact on the landscape. No response was received, but balloon tests are common practice when cell towers are proposed. The cell tower is a hazmat site. There was just a big lawsuit out in California where Verizon got sued for $7.7 million because it wasn't being managed correctly. It can catch fire, the tower can fall. There are things on the property that the first responders should know how to handle. Lead acid batteries, diesel fuel, propane, or commercial grade pesticides can cause toxic fumes, contaminate the land or the water. Alternative solutions should be explored before such drastic change with significant risk and ramifications is imposed. Some of the solutions are simple, like toggling your phone in airplane mode, reboot or update your phone. If you've been with the carrier a long time, you may need a new SIM card in your phone, or it needs to be cleaned. Change your phone setting to 4G or 5G and realize that one bar on your phone is a very usable digital signal as long as the quality of the signal is not being degraded by propagation barriers, which the neighborhood has, and they're not going away. So dropping a signal is going to happen. You can use Wi-Fi instead of a cellular network. Research what frequency band carriers are using in their networks. Right now, Verizon's on the pole that we've been told. You can find out what Verizon uses and get a phone that matches Verizon the best, and you'll probably get a good experience with your phone. If your phone's old, it may not connect to the newest bands. Some are better matches by the carrier. Phones are well rated with good antennas. Update your phone software, and investigate boosters for your home. Finally, paying for a wired, fiber optic, or cable phone for your home is a good, safer alternative, and it won't devalue your home. The FCC recently approved the use of satellites for telecommunications. 6G is rolling out in 2028 and may take some of the previous generation, making that technology obsolete. Technology changes rapidly, and the town may be destroying beautiful open space, property values, and the town's reputation, and putting people's health at risk for short-term, unpredictable, and unreliable technological gain. Can the town reject this proposal? Yes, there are legal reasons that are acceptable for rejecting a certain proposal, and they certainly should reject it if Homeland Towers has not proven their cell tower is the solution the town is seeking. So, yes or no vote. If you guys vote yes, cell service may not improve, and the board will have to explain the propagation barriers and discuss alternative solutions with their complaining constituents. More trees may be cut down or topped with the hope of removing propagation barriers. That has happened in many towns because it wasn't working, so they figured that'll fix the problem. Let's cut down more trees. Homeland's tower may break their lease. That happens. Verizon may break their lease. They've done that too. The town may end up having to clean up the tower and the facility left behind that may cost them more than what they actually earned when they had the lease. The reputation of the town will become scarred because homebuyers know. Go check cell town ordinances, and they will be able to clearly see how Yorktown does not protect residential properties and open spaces. Homes near the tower will be devalued, and people may get sick from RF radiation. If you vote no, the board will risk upsetting community members who wish to have better cell service and may not understand 4G and 5G propagation issues. They will also lose Homeland Town's lease payment. So my conclusion is the cell tower will not benefit or improve cell service in Yorktown. It will devalue homes and make them more difficult to sell. It may cause health problems for humans and animals. It will mar the landscape in a precious, beautiful open space and residential neighborhood. It will damage the environment and kill or harm wildlife. It's a hazmat site that may become toxic to humans, animals, and the environment. It can catch fire or fall. It's going to deter future home buyers. And the proposal is still infested with questions and concerns. The cell tower proposal is a Yorktown problem. This proposal sets the precedent for a cell tower being placed in any and every Yorktown residential neighborhood. An updated cell tower ordinance is long overdue. Can anyone look me in the eye on the board and tell me with 100% certainty that this cell tower is safe? If there is a 1% chance that someone is going to get sick from this risky and unreliable cell tower, I would be sure I would find a way to vote no on this cell tower proposal. I'm hoping the board considers all I've shared and votes with a conscience. The board may choose to look the other way, but they can never say they did not know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenny?
Okay, I'm going to read my whole thing because I read quickly. Don't worry about it. Okay, so my name is Jenny Sunshine, and my husband's family has been here since 1969. We, in fact, live in the house where my husband grew up, and our kids are second-generation Yorktowners. I appreciate this public meeting for this project. Although I do believe that you did not give enough thorough or adequate notice for this public meeting about this 130-foot cell tower project that will be building a road through town property that is a large wetland buffer, and immediately next to residents' homes. Not enough people know about this difficult project, and many, if they knew, would be furious about it. Please note, I live exactly 1.6 miles north of this proposed cell tower site, and our Verizon cell coverage for 4 cell phones that we own is perfect. In fact, upon many occasions when we've had a power outage, I use my cell phone to call NYSEG to find out when we can expect to have power turned back on, so our connectivity is actually great. All of us find it extremely upsetting that you would sell or lease town land that is supposed to be set aside and preserved so that you could make money and a company could make money by erecting an enormous cell tower with its heavy and large equipment at its wide base and build a road through an important wetland buffer, literally and absolutely directly ruining the value of at least 25 Yorktown homes and ruining the look, feel, and the promise that Yorktown is supposed to be a place of beauty and preservation. Well, I think you're failing at the preservation part. Let's talk about the human toll first. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields radiation. Let's start with babies. As you know, because I think all of you were parents at some point, when a baby is born and comes home for the first time, it's a magical experience. When parents have literally worked their entire lives up to this point, saving money to buy a home and decorate it and figure out where the baby's room is going to be and decorate that and all the preparation and worry and the checkups. And then the baby comes. Everybody knows that that newborns stay at home. Parents don't want to expose their baby to germs and to too many people. So they're home 24/7 for maybe months. And then a baby gets a bit older, like 1 or 2, but they're still mostly home. In fact, their home is their entire world. Being out with mom and dad in the backyard in good weather, maybe a play date, but mostly they're home 24/7. This is exactly the reason why people move to Yorktown for this. So, if parents and babies and toddlers are home 24/7 and Giant Cell Tower is there with machinery, propane tanks, wires, antennas, transceivers, batteries, generators, microwave dishes, and so forth, is built right behind those homes. Now, they will be under constant exposure to radio frequency electromagnetic fields, a lower form of radiation, which we know that you're going to say doesn't hurt anyone. However, studies show that this form of radiation may affect humans if exposed over a long period of time, especially if humans happen to be a baby, a toddler, or a young child and is subjected to constant exposure. There is a risk of cancer. A study in Israel found higher cancer incidence among residents living within 350 meters of a cell tower. Just so we have the facts, this tower will be only 420 feet from the closest residence, which is 128 meters, well within the danger zone of 350 meters, which holds the highest cancer risk. Other health effects of those living near cell towers include headaches, anxiety, sleeping problems, and others have developed electromagnetic hypersensitivity. Another study in Brazil showed an increase of breast, cervix, lung, and esophageal cancers in people that lived close to cell towers, thus exposing people to a continuous low-density exposure. The consensus is that the safest distance away from that one should live from a tower is 500 meters or more. This cell tower project will be well within the danger limit for at least 6 families, and at least 30 other families will be within the moderate to danger range. And the use of 5G or other more modern products placed on this tower at a later time only exacerbates the risk of cancer. Again, you do not know the true cancer exposure risk, since this is a relatively new technology and most towns would not place a cell tower so close to residents' homes. In fact, in many places in the United States, cell towers must be at least 1,500 meters away from schools or residences. And in Europe, they're even more strict. So just keep in mind that if you allow this project to be built in this location in 10 years, if residents develop cancers who live in this area, they might choose to sue the town of Yorktown or you personally for damages. Yorktown families are not guinea pigs. Here's the financial toll, according to the nonprofit organization Environmental Health Sciences. Here's their quote: realtors and peer-reviewed studies report that cell towers can reduce home property values up to 20%. Buyers avoid properties near towers, citing aesthetics and health concerns. Dangers to proximity. If this 130-foot tower is built very close to people's homes, then new dangers present themselves that would not present if a cell tower instead were built in an industrial area like they normally are, or adjacent to a highway. There is a danger of fire. There's lots of cell towers that catch on fire. It can ignite the surrounding area, spread to homes near its base, or conversely, if conditions in the atmosphere have been dry due to drought, a brush fire could easily ignite the propane tanks and the machinery in the tower itself. All of this creates a risk of fire spreading as well as a burned tower falling on homes. In addition, climate change and drought could bring very high heat to our region. Could unusual high temperatures over 100 degrees Fahrenheit with or without wind create a fire hazard? This sort of hazard that is present in hazard is present in the west coast of the United States and could someday occur here too. Cell towers also collapse due to faulty metal, brackets, screws, worker incompetence, or for any other reason. There are many instances of cell towers collapsing, and with this tower in close proximity to people's homes, it is conceivable that it could collapse onto people's homes or property. There's also windstorms and hurricanes. While rare in northern Westchester with climate change upon us, anything is possible. If you have such a big tower right next to people's homes, any of the metal pieces or dishes become projectiles once wind speed hits a certain level, and the tower itself can become a projectile as well. On the Saffir-Simpson scale of hurricane wind speed, beginning at Category 3 hurricane, which is conceivable that we could get that. It happened in 1938. That begins the devastating range. After that is catastrophic. Ice storms, it is conceivable that ice will form on a cell tower and cause large projectiles of ice, especially if there's wind. Access, road, and workers. Okay, so if a road is supposed to be built from the Granite Springs Road and into the wetland buffer that will end at the tower site, this means that workers will be walking behind people's homes. And that ruins the privacy that our residents now have. And this road also opens up the possibility that anyone could climb a fence, walk behind these people's homes, and create a myriad of safety issues. And then, of course, there's environmental issues. This is a pristine area, and I'm going to go ahead and try to not read every single thing here. There's a lot of delicate species here. Just to name a few: newts, frogs, turtles who use the buffer zone. The buffer zone is also important to the animals, not just the wetland itself, but the buffer zone is part of their habitat, including deer, fox, bees, butterflies, bats, coyote, owls, hawks, and more. And also due to climate change, development in many other places, and certain sightings in nearby places, and the fact that this wetland is rather vast for our area, it's conceivable that a lot of endangered animals are there, like the eastern mud turtle, bog turtle, spotted turtle, northern cricket frog, northern long-eared bat, and short-eared owl. Removing almost 100 trees. So building a road with this big giant machinery and removing almost 100 trees and disturbing and killing well-established habitat will definitely harm all the wildlife there. And let's not forget that it is very conceivable, and I don't care what anyone says, when you have a gravel road that goes to a tower, you're going to have workers spraying all sorts of stuff over there, like your weed killer, glyphosate, pesticides, insecticide that eventually will run it's going to kill all the animals in the wetland for sure, especially amphibians who are very delicate species. Oh, excuse me. And it's going to ultimately end up in the New York City watershed, as was said before. Also, I just want to say that we've lost a lot of trees in Yorktown. This is a particular issue that I care about a lot, as you know. And in my own personal reference, as one who's paid specific attention to our tree canopy here in Yorktown, in my unscientific estimation, just basic as, going by my memory of what was there before and what is there now, Yorktown has lost at least 60 acres of trees and open space in the last 15 or 20 years. And soon we're going to lose another 50 acres of trees and open space when there's another like 5 or so possible developments that are in the works. And I've noticed, just for everyone's knowledge, that there's that big there's a big forest to the right of 6N and to the left of Whispering Pines. All the underbrush is now cleared from that. So once they do that, they're about to cut all the trees down. So we're going to lose all those trees along Route 6 as well. And so all of the trees and the land and the wetland matter within Crystal Lake and across the way into the wetland in the buffer zone area. All of them, because at this rate, with this town board, and the only trees left in Yorktown will be in our yards, at Turkey Mountain, or at FDR Park, places where this town board has no jurisdiction. Do you want Yorktown to become a busy city instead of a beautiful town? Do you? Well, that's what you're doing with every single development that you allow, and it seems you allow all of them. In conclusion, you're stressing out our infrastructure, you're stressing out our roads and traffic, you're stressing out our environment, you're stressing animal habitat, you're stressing the people of Yorktown, you're stressing our children in our schools, and you're stressing our first responders and our water supply and clean air, and you're stressing me and the beautiful families that live in my part of Yorktown. We don't need this, and we don't need this horrible cell tower, because the only thing that isn't stressful is our cell phone connectivity. That's just fine. Thank you.
Andrew?
Good evening. My name is Andrew Campanelli. I'm an attorney. I do represent the Ericksons. I'm going to be brief. I've been handling cell tower cases across the entire United States for 33 years. Hearings like this from New York to California, as well as federal litigation under the Telecommunications Act of 1996. And my goals, in most cases, as in this one, is to convince you to deny this application, as you should, under your law. But in addition, as acting as an advocate, I also have to act as an educator, because I have to make sure, if you choose to deny the application, that the denial stands, because it's important not only that you deny the application under the terms of your specific code, but that you do so in a manner which is consistent with the requirements of the Telecommunications Act. So there are two things I have to put on the record for the protection of my clients, these people, and this board. One of the speakers earlier said that the Telecommunications Act indicates you're not allowed to consider health. She's correct. One of the provisions of the Telecommunications Act says, so long that a facility is FCC compliant, local boards may not consider potential environmental effects, meaning health. What does that mean? It means as long as Homeland says to you when this tower goes up, it's not going to expose members of the general public to radiation levels which exceed what are known as the general population exposure limits, you cannot consider potential adverse health impacts. Are they justified? Yes. As an attorney, I will tell you, I receive telephone calls all day long from people claiming they're sick from exposure to radiation from cell towers. Unfortunately, under federal law, you cannot consider it. Even worse, I have had cases with site developers such as Homeland all across the country where people get up and speak one after the other talking about health concerns, and then they deny the tower for a legitimate reason. The fact that everybody spoke about health concerns encourages the applicant to file a lawsuit and claim that the grounds that you cited as the basis for the denial was a pretext, that you really denied it because of health concerns. So it's important to me that the board, in whatever decision you make, this application should be denied. There's no question about it. But when you do so, you must make the record clear that you did not consider health concerns for your protection and for theirs. I don't want this tower to go up. Second, they also mentioned a petition. That's equally challenging. Under federal law, you can only deny this for a legally permissible reason, and a petition is not a legally permissible reason. So please do not indicate in any way that you considered that. Now, getting to the basics. My client served a FOIL request on the town. We did not receive all of the records that apparently been filed, but from the records that I've seen, this application I have to describe as bizarre, because I've been up against Homeland more times than I can count, and Mr. Gordioso has been my adversary for 20 years. Okay, we know each other, I assure you. This application under Chapter 178-12 of your law places the burden on the applicant. They have to show that this intrusion into the wetlands is necessary, that there's no possible less intrusive location to remedy the gap in services they need to remedy. A claim in this circumstance is impossible because your applicant doesn't provide any personal wireless services. Your applicant is a site development company. You can't get a phone contract with them. They make money building cell towers and leasing space or capacity on the towers to the carriers. So Homeland can't claim it needs this to remedy a gap in its wireless services because it doesn't provide any. And in the record thus far, I haven't seen them identify a single carrier who's given probative data that there's actually a gap in their coverage. And without proving data that they have a gap in coverage, how could they possibly prove to you that this is the only place the tower can go, that this is the only section of the property it must go to, and it has to be this height? They can't. It's factually and legally impossible, and it can't meet the standards under your code. And just so the record is clear, the ground for denying the application doesn't come from federal law. It comes from your code. And your chapter, which is designed with the specific intent to protect and preserve wetlands, they have not met the burdens they're required to establish before you have the power to grant their application. Federal law is another entirely different matter. You have to, any denial you make has to be based upon substantial evidence, and from what I've seen, there's zero evidence in the record yet. I understand they're going to submit it, so I'm going to reserve my time for that. But I will tell you, right now, there is not enough information, data in the record based upon which you conclude that they meet the criteria for granting the application. You just can't do it. It's legally impossible. Now, final issues. They also try to leverage claims that this will somehow improve things for the fire department or the police department, and that is complete and utter nonsense based upon a dearth of evidence in the record. Fire departments and police departments for eons rely upon UHF and VHF. Their transmitters work on fiberglass whip antennas. There is no evidence in the record of where your police department or your fire department has coverage on its UHF and VHF frequencies, nor there's anything showing gaps in services, just like there's no evidence that they suffer from gaps in services from any identified wireless carrier. There is no probative data in the record whatsoever. So that's just utter nonsense. With regard to the environmental impact, it amazes me that nobody has contacted the FCC. When you have an intrusion of this magnitude into a known wetland with a dispute over the wetland buffer and this many species, including an indicated species of plant, anyone, including anyone in this audience, can reach out to the FCC and request a review under the National Environmental Protection Act. Because this tower is regulated by the FCC, if anyone asks the FCC to conduct an environmental protection analysis, they're required by federal law to do so. The only problem is they don't have the resources to do it. So they're going to contact the DEC. But the DEC hasn't provided with anything. Nobody's provided them any information about disturbance in the wetlands, the boundary of the wetlands, or all these species. It just blows my mind. There is no evidence in the record yet to establish anything. And in similar vein, you've got a historic property across the street, which requires a review. Anybody can ask. The FCC would have to conduct a potential historic preservation review under the National Historic Preservation Act. It's the same thing. Nobody's done their job here. I'm not talking about the board. I'm talking about the applicant or the FCC. Nobody's notified the FCC. Forget about the DEC. So as of this juncture, based upon the lack of evidence, no data whatsoever, you cannot find, as a matter of law and a matter of fact, that the applicant has met its burden of establishing what it's required to establish before you have the power to grant this application. And just as a side note, this is one of the most irresponsible placements of a cell tower I've seen in 30 years. Thank you.
Julie.
Hi, Julie McNamara. So I agree with previous speakers. I'm just going to touch on something a little different. Doug touched on it a little bit. I'm here to speak specifically about emergency response and public safety, which has been repeatedly used to justify this proposed cell tower. We've been told this tower is necessary so residents can call 911 and so first responders can do their jobs, but the reality is that cellular service in our area is already reliable. According to current FCC coverage maps, coverage in that particular area that's being talked about is good. My family, my household uses Verizon and as well as AT&T FirstNet, the network used by first responders and also used by volunteers who do not carry radios, and both work extremely well in our area. The claim that people won't be able to call 911 without this tower is simply false. Last year when a deer hit me, in Brewster, I had 0 bars and was still able to call 911 and get help. Additionally, as shown in the accident that happened the other week directly in front of the proposed entrance to the tower site, multiple people were able to call 911 immediately to help the person involved. Emergency response worked exactly as it should. We also saw this during the Verizon outage on January 14th when police departments across the country reassured residents that even during the national outage, 911 remained fully operational. In addition, our police department now uses a modern radio system that works exceptionally well. Our own police chief stated at the last town board meeting that even when officers are hundreds of miles away, they can hear exactly what's happening in Yorktown. Public safety communication here is not broken. What concerns me most, though, is the way our police department and first responders are being used as a tactic to push this project forward. This is coming from a first responder family. This town is full of first responders and their families. To imply that opposing this tower means we don't care about public safety is unfair, and it's emotionally manipulative. Homeland Towers is a for-profit company, and our own Fire Commissioner McGinn warned in a public letter to the town that Homeland has failed to honor commitments to fire districts in past projects, resulting in additional costs to taxpayers. If they cannot be trusted to keep promises to the very first responders they claim to help, then we should question everything they say. To cause significant environmental damage and disturb wetlands in order to fix a problem that doesn't exist is not public safety, and using our public department as leverage to push this project through is wrong. Additionally, on a side note, I'll wrap this up. What is also concerning is how the project is being presented to the public. The town supervisor is supposed to remain neutral during an open review process. Yet residents have received emails and paper mail and now newsletter statements that seem to promote one outcome. When residents are told that you will listen and then decide, but every public action and communication from you seems to support this project, it sends a very clear message that your decision has already been made. This is not community engagement, and that's not transparency. It's not honest, and we, the residents, the voters of this town, deserve better. That's it.
Do we have a bow?
Going once, twice.
BOE.
Next.
Matthew Burke. Maria?
No.
I have something to say I have something to say to him, so.
He'll be back in time.
All right. Good evening. My name is Maria Ivezic, and I live on Granite Springs Road. I am aware we live in an age where cell service is important. In fact, I wrote this letter on my cell phone. People against this tower are not against technology or easy access to it. We are against this particular tower and its location because it is not needed. Coverage maps from the major cell companies reflect this. The Cityscape report the town references also reflects this. Yes, in that report that you referenced in your press release, Supervisor, small cell antennas are recommended, not macro towers. The board frequently mentions that this is a safety issue and that many people complain about how emergency services cannot be contacted because of no service. This cannot be further from the truth. Most of us on Granite Springs Road have called emergency services for one thing or another without issue or delay. In fact, you may recall the accident prior to our big snowstorm, where a Verizon pole was knocked down. EMS records that were pulled through a FOIL request reflect the ease of connecting. Multiple neighbors were on the scene, most of whom are here tonight, all connected to emergency services without issue. You may also remember the Verizon outage a few weeks prior to that. Multiple company postings said not to fear, as cell phones always have 911 capabilities, even when towers are down. After the accident, you visited the site, Supervisor, and neighbors expressed their concerns about the tower being built. You stated that your wife, who lived in the area some 10 years ago, said she always had bad service here. You also said that residents wouldn't even see the tower. What does that even mean? Going on your wife's opinion from many years ago and making a statement like you won't even see it is your justifications for the tower? Surely you are well aware that technologies change by the second, let alone year. You don't think things have changed since your wife lived in the area? Residents shared that they spoke to Verizon technicians on scene that day too. The technicians explained to us how small cells work, stating that they would actually be a better fit in the area where a small gap is present. Supervisor, you made the comment about how you don't necessarily believe on-site technicians are the best people to give advice about this sort of thing. Who do you think comes and services the equipment? The CEO of Verizon? Board members, surely by now you understand how cell towers work. Surely you know that there are multiple factors that go into good service. The lay of our land, for example, is a huge factor. Me personally, I lose service on Route 35 all the way to 100 going towards Somers, despite a gigantic tower being there. Councilwoman Siegel, you raised an amazing question at the meeting in December. You asked our buddy's Homeland over here why your friend who lives by the new tower on Hill does not have improved service. The representative asked, what type of service does your friend have? And said that that might have something to do with it. I'm pretty much paraphrasing here. Going by this, it means that not every tower works for everyone, as many people have said here pretty much. A person with Verizon may have service near the tower on 35, but a person with T-Mobile might not. And speaking with neighbors, though, most don't have service along that route, regardless of service provider. Almost as if a macro tower isn't the end-all, be-all. Board members, surely by now you understand how a 130-foot cell tower works, and that it will not benefit those in the immediate area, but that it works sort of like an umbrella, shooting its signal further out, about 1 to 3 miles away. Which brings me to another point. This company approached businesses such as Jillco and Stewart Farms in Somers and asked if they could build their tower there, but they refused, God bless them. If this tower is to the benefit of the people in the immediate area of the tower, why were those businesses in Somers approached? Board members, we have over 50 cell towers in Yorktown. How many more do we need to, have our service improve? How many more need to be built for you to understand that a macro tower isn't the solution for all cell service issues? Well, I know the Ericsson's lawyer just kind of said not to say this. I'm going to say it anyway. Well, I know you often dismiss health concerns about cell towers. Recent comments by the HHS seem to disagree with this dismissiveness. In a January 2026 interview with USA Today, HHS Secretary expressed significant concerns regarding 5G towers and cellular radiation. They cited potential risks like cancer and DNA damage, prompting the HHS to initiate a study on the health effects of electromagnetic radiation. So are we that crazy to think that there may be a health risk if this tower is built? This tower would be in the middle of a neighborhood with dozens of children. The risk would not be our choice. It would be somebody else's. Members of the board, do you care more about our children's health than we do? On the issue of safety, at the December meeting regarding this topic, Councilman Esposito, you said the fire commissioner McGannon speaks highly of Homeland, but I'm not quite sure that's entirely accurate. In the letter the fire commissioner wrote, he said, I have worked with Homeland Towers on previous projects. Based on that experience, I must note that commitments made have not always been fully honored. In past installations, the fire district and other first responder agencies were promised adequate space on towers as well as proper antenna mounting brackets, cabling, and infrastructure, with agencies supplying antennas. However, Homeland Towers contractors failed to provide these items, resulting in additional unplanned costs to the fire district. Not a professional, but that doesn't sound so great or highly talked about. The fire commissioner also recommended this tower should be a minimum of 1,400 feet away from any property line, but this tower will be less than 400 feet away from the nearest property line. Another tidbit I wanted to share about Homeland Towers, our BFFs here. In California, Verizon will pay $7.7 million to settle a civil enforcement action alleging widespread violations of California's environmental laws governing hazardous materials storage, reporting, and permitting at cell tower sites throughout the state. I do not want my children to be victims of a cell company's negligence. Board members, I could go on and on, but I think I will close with this. Your decisions are being watched more closely than ever. Many of us have finally opened our eyes to how things are done in this town, and we do not like what we see. Thank you.
If I may, excuse me, Maria, if I may, I just want to set the record straight. My wife never lived in the area, and I never told anyone she lived in that area. My wife was born and raised in Yorktown. We live over by St. Pat's, and even there where there are cell towers, I said sometimes we have bad service, which sort of goes along with what people are saying is, hey, it's not necessarily the answer. Also, with the visual aspects, I stated that Homeland said they were going to paint the pole brown, which is supposed to hide it. I did not, and it blends with the trees. I did in no way say that I think this will. Thank you, sir. I did in no way say that I think that is going to be the answer to it. No, that's fine. Well, I spoke to one of your neighbors while he was shoveling his walk, and I spoke to the Ericksons. I was there multiple times, and I will say that my cell service in the morning was much better than it was in the afternoon and evening, and there were things that dropped, and that's part of that. Not only the cell coverage, but the capacity in the area, which is another issue altogether. So, someone at all, folks, you can't yell out from the audience. I'm sorry. Folks, I'm sorry. Please don't yell out when you come up to speak. You could raise an issue. The other thing someone had said that the comments, the things that were out, we just put the reports out that we had. They are no way the decision process. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here now since 7:30. So what are we, about 4 hours? And I've already announced that we'll be doing this again. because I do know that we're going to have to hear more comments, and there's a lot of questions that we have as a board that hadn't been answered. And the last thing is talking to someone. If I thought the answer was talking to a Verizon lineman, one of them who was on his first day there on the site, was the answer, we wouldn't have hired Mr. Fishman. We do believe we need to get experts in RF frequency, not in the actual pulling of the lines. And I know they may have opinions, but we still need to get them from the experts to satisfy everyone. So I just wanted to make those issues clear. Thank you.
The only thing I want to add, Mr. Supervisor, I know it's late and we've been very respectful sitting here and listening to the comments, and we'll respond to them. I would just ask that the ad hominem attacks with Homeland, myself, prior cases, things like that, I don't think it's necessary, and we'd appreciate it if it just be toned down. Thank you.
I could appreciate that, and hopefully the audience can as well.
Gregory? Ruth Moss?
Hi there. My name is Ruth Moss. I do not live in Yorktown. I live in White Plains. I'm the director of Safe Tech Westchester. We're a grassroots group that keeps people informed, helps them get ordinances, etc. And I do want to mention that the area of health effects is not gray. It's very black and white. That case that was mentioned earlier by Monica about the FCC being sued, 11,000 documents were presented in that case, linking wireless electromagnetic radiation to serious health effects. They were ordered to come back. FCC lost. They were ordered to come back and explain why they ignored the health effects, especially to children and the environment. That was 2021. Do you think they've ever come back? No. What does that say? That is a really big statement. They have no answer. So I did want to mention, we don't have concerns, we have facts. So I just want to put the gray thing to bed. Now, in White Plains, we did pass an ordinance in 2023. And a lot of citizens came in month after month for 3 years. It took the council 3 years. There's a lot to get through when you're dealing with a narrative that's out there. That the narrative is that, oh, nothing has been proven and all this stuff. It's like off. How I got so passionate is I was injured by electromagnetic radiation in a similar way to my friend Ingrid back there from Yorktown. I am sensitive. We call it now not electrohypersensitivity, but we call it EMR syndrome, because we people don't like walking around thinking we're hyper or sensitive, but that we were injured by something called electromagnetic radiation. And interestingly enough, no one here has said it, because I think we're all in opposition, but frequently when I speak, someone says, well, we've lived with electromagnetic radiation pretty well for a long time. So just in case anyone doesn't understand, there's electromagnetic radiation that's been around for billions of years, including the sun. And in the late 1800s, it was harnessed into an artificial wave that was then oscillated and pulsed and modulated. And the reason these waves out there that are coming out of the towers are so harmful are because of the pulsing in particular. So it's not just a static pulse that we live in when we're at a faraway beach. And that's why they're harmful. And a lot of people, believe me, never get that difference. So we passed, I'm going to just tell you a quick thing, and it really is quick. Dr. Sharon Goldberg is the leading MD who treats people with my situation and Ingrid's in the country. And she held, not too long ago, a big summit for healthcare providers. And these are the two things she said, besides the fact that we have to stop pretending or thinking that these things have no health effects. Here are the two things she says. All man-made electromagnetic fields produce biologic effects, all of them. And all of these fields impact everyone, even if they don't feel them. Even if you're not feeling it, like Ingrid and I do every second, if we're in it, they're affecting you. And that's why the rates of illness are going sky high. Have you noticed? Have you read some of the articles about young people in their 40s getting these illnesses that only used to happen in older age? So, so that's something to know. And I'll leave you with a quote from, I don't know if any of you know my new mayor of White Plains, Justin Brash. When we passed the ordinance, and getting the ordinance, we had opposition on both sides. You know, we had the scramble between both sides. And right before he cast his vote for the ordinance, which, by the way, won, as you know, I'm telling you it won, but 6-1, including Mayor Roach, who voted for it. This is what he said. He said, well, I'm going to vote yes. We've heard arguments from both sides. We don't really know who's correct. But if this turns out to be another asbestos, and I suspect it will, I don't want to look at my grandchildren one day and say I did nothing.
It looks like Joan.
Next.
Rosanna.
Roseanne Guzzo. I live at 46 Granite Springs Road, right where they want to put that tower, right behind my house, okay? And I concur with everything you heard here tonight. Listen to Steve and my neighbors, Doug and Karen, and everybody here. And I think that the more people find out about this, you're going to have a lot more people coming to the meeting. Now, all I'm going to ask you is, if you have children, would you want it behind your house? Would you want it behind your house at all? That's all. Now go home, get some sleep, and come to the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosanna.
Corinne.
Hello, everyone. You hit your 40s, you need glasses. My name is Corinne Simeone, and I am a resident of Yorktown for about the last 8.5 years. I am here to strongly oppose the proposed cell tower at 62 Granite Springs Road, a site that in various documents is also referred to as 106, 109 Granite Springs Road. That inconsistency alone raises questions, and I hope the board will clarify whether this discrepancy is simply administrative or something more concerning. Clear records matter when decisions of this magnitude are being considered. I would also like to begin by acknowledging the significant level of resident opposition to this project. On the town's official pending projects webpage for the Homeland Towers proposal, a vast amount of residents have submitted public comments opposing this tower. I believe I've only seen maybe one or two that were for it. Turning first to the history of this site, it's important to remember that this property was originally a residential parcel deemed unusable due to wetlands by the town. That history matters. It is difficult for residents to reconcile how land that was considered too environmentally constrained for a single-family home is now suddenly considered appropriate for a large commercial telecommunications structure, complete with excavation, foundations, access, and long-term maintenance. That reversal deserves careful scrutiny. Next, I'd like to address the claimed need for this tower, particularly as it relates to emergency services. Through FOIL requests submitted through the town, and we appreciate everyone's patience with our many FOIL requests, residents have obtained records related to multiple accidents occurring mere feet from the proposed tower site, several of which I was witness to. In every documented instance, 911 calls were successfully placed without issue. There has been no evidence provided of delayed emergency response due to lack of cell service at or near this location. Yesterday, I received a communication from the town supervisor stating that coverage gaps could delay emergency services, hinder remote work and learning, and limit access to critical information. With respect, there has not been a single documented instance, once again, presented to residents showing any delayed emergency services at or near this location. There was one instance that I did want to reference on Halloween that was brought up from the former supervisor, Matt Slater. He lives 6 houses from me. A tree fell on Halloween. He said he couldn't call for help. I saw him on his cell phone. It didn't seem like he had a problem. When electricity poles fall, it can impact cellular service outside of wherever a tower might be. And I just wanted to reiterate that since that was brought up as one of the instances. With respect, the FOIL records do not support these claims, and I look forward to the board providing specific evidence of such delays if they exist. I'd also like to address the statement regarding remote work and remote learning, which seemed very bizarre to me. Remote learning does not take place on cell phones. My husband is an educator and taught throughout COVID from my home, and I never saw one child learning on a cell phone. All of our students are provided Chromebooks, many of which have built-in internet. They don't even need internet in their home to be able to access remote learning. As such, it is not a relevant justification for a 130-foot macro cell tower. I live in Walden Woods and work from home several times a week as a salesperson. I'm on my phone the majority of the day. I use my cell phone, which is T-Mobile. I have no difficulty communicating, and like many residents, have the option to utilize Wi-Fi calling if needed. This allows phones to route calls through home internet connections when there might be gaps in cell data coverage. These realities further call into question the necessity of a macro tower at this site. And I would like also to state, because there's a lot of NIMBY comments, I will not see this tower from my house. It will be far enough away where it has really no bearing on my life, but I still am against it. Homeland Towers previously approached Jilco and Stewart's Farm at this very tower, and both declined. After those refusals, the proposal shifted to a border location in Yorktown, of which I can walk several feet and reach Somers from this location, relying on our more permissive town code, which is very strange. This raises a fair question. Is Yorktown being asked to absorb the impacts of a commercial tower to address another town's coverage gaps? That concern is amplified by the fact of the Cityscape report, which is being cited to justify this project. It does not recommend a macro tower at this location at all. Instead, it recommends approximately 10 wireless facilities on existing utility poles or new 50-feet utility poles in the same corridors. The report also references Con Ed poles, despite this area being serviced by NYSEG, raising further questions about whether the assumptions in that report accurately reflect local conditions. Additionally, a recent car accident that was mentioned several times, just feet from the proposed site, reportedly involved a Verizon pole, which confirms that existing infrastructure already exists in that area that could support small cell solutions, the very approach recommended by Cityscape. The proposal also raises serious zoning and aesthetic concerns. This is a residential area. Homeland Towers has made no meaningful effort to camouflage or visually mitigate the tower to match the character of the surroundings. A 130-foot metal tower does not belong this close to homes. Residents work their entire lives to afford where they live. Completely changing the character of this neighborhood by adding an egregious eyesore like a cell phone tower is criminal. Fire Commissioner Martin McGannon has formally stated that cell towers should be located at a minimum distance of 1,400 feet from any residential property line. The proposed tower does not meet that standard. Why are we touting the fire department's needs, yet not following their guidance? Town code should be updated to reflect this measure. As noted, Verizon agreed to pay $7.7 million to settle allegations by multiple California district attorneys that it had committed systemic environmental and hazardous material violations across hundreds of telecom sites in their state. This case establishes important precedent. Telecom infrastructure is not inherently low risk, and regulatory oversight failures can persist for years without detection. What protections will the lease or approval offer to the residents to ensure this tower is properly maintained and monitored? As noted before, the Halleck's Mill Brook flows through this area and is a tributary within the Amawalk watershed. This is a reservoir for drinking water. There are also grave concerns regarding property values. The Bond and Hugh Proximate Impact Study, which analyzed approximately 9,500 residential homes across 10 suburban communities, found that proximity to cell phone towers reduced home values by an average of 15%. Beyond this single proposal, the town must address a border issue. Our town code is not adequately equipped to manage modern telecommunications development. Towers added in town have been near commercial entities or town service properties, such as water towers or the organic yard waste facility. These properties differ greatly from those being discussed. This was untouched land since the town's inception, protected from development until now. I respectfully urge the board to update the town code to include clear location, zoning, and aesthetic protections, much like other towns in Westchester, including Scarsdale. Prohibit towers within 500 feet of residential dwellings, schools, daycare facilities, or houses of worship. Prohibit towers within parkland or protected open space. Require towers to be placed in industrial or commercial zones. Mandate camouflage and aesthetic mitigation for proposed structures. Ensure follow-through with developer agreements and take action when they are not followed, like some of the other towers that have been mentioned before. Yorktown should not become the solution of last resort simply because it is more lenient in their town code. The town has a responsibility to protect the residents' quality of life, wetlands and drainage systems, zoning integrity and neighborhood character, property values, parkland, community spaces, public safety resources, and taxpayer funds, and the precedent it sets for future development. Approving a macro cell tower at 62, 109, 106 Granite Springs Road, however you'd like to call it, fails on all of these fronts. The alternative sites are no better. They too are extremely close to residential homes or parks. These sites are not an option either. I respectfully urge the board to deny the approval for this location and to pursue solutions that are aligned with the documented coverage data that the town's own study, environmental realities, and the clearly expressed will of Yorktown residents have asked for. Thank you for your time.
Tracy?
Diana, are we going to go past midnight?
My name is Tracy Longo. I live over on Windmill Drive. I'm not directly next to the proposed cell tower, but I'm pretty close to it. And I'm here to support the people that actually live next to it. I agree with everything that everybody has said before me, and I give them a lot of credit. I give the Ericksons a lot of credit. They will be directly affected by this project. I had some stuff that I was going to say, but I really just wanted to make the point that clearly
there's a lot of things to consider with this. I learned a lot tonight, but it's clearly not just about a drop cell call. I mean, there are things here to take into consideration, and I hope that you will do that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jan.
Good evening, Jan Mirchandani. I'm going to try and land the proverbial plane here because we're really talking about the public hearing on the wetland, stormwater, and tree permit. But I do want to address, we're talking about the gaps in coverage. I have Verizon, and this is actually a true story. The only call that gets dropped is my sister. And so...
if you don't hit
I
the
know,
X.
I can't explain it, but it's like, seriously, she's the only one that gets dropped.
That red button that you
Maybe that's it. So anyway, kidding aside, one thing that, I agree with really what everybody has been talking about. I don't think it is about the dropped calls. Interestingly, one thing that I came across in my research that I haven't heard anybody else mention is an industry trend moving away from the macro towers to going to the small cells. And in fact, by according to Airspan Networks, and I'm sort of summarizing here, while 4G networks rely on 80% macro towers and 20% small cells, 5G networks will invert that model using 80% small cells and only 20% macro towers, meaning we can use the smaller, less powerful little, they're about the size of pizza boxes, going up on existing poles. And before I forget, actually I had made a little note in the margin here. I want to really thank everybody who's come out and made their comments, particularly the Ericksons that have clearly done a tremendous amount of research, and Steve that was talking specifically about the open space, because I think that does bear specifically to the permit application. So anyway, so I digress.
Don't forget to call your sister.
Don't. I text her. So anyway, we talked about the tree removal. We talked about the stormwater management. We talked about the wetlands permits. All of those are the substantive issues on this particular case. And I'll just kind of summarize by saying wetland buffers, they exist for a reason. They're not suggestions. These are our protections. And when we chip away at them project by project, variance by variance, we're left with no meaningful buffer protections at all. And at some point, good governance requires us saying, this is the line and we're holding it. And I'm asking you to do that. Thank you.
Derek.
Next.
Merrill. Frank.
Evening. I'm Merrill Frank, representing the Frank family on Curry Street, right around the corner from the wetlands. Grew up here from early 1960s through the 80s. My family submitted a letter to the town board regarding opposition to the cell tower. I want to thank everyone here for speaking, really doing their homework on this issue and being very informed. Like I said, I grew up here. I know the area quite well. It was always meant to be preserved as a wetlands. Back when we used to go skate on Crystal Lake, when it would freeze, we knew that area was a buffer, a mini Amazon rainforest, so to speak. And it was always meant to be preserved. We knew no one was developing anything on it, and that's just how it was. So, that's it.
Thank you, Merrill.
Thank you.
Anthony? Mary?
I think here she comes.
It's only the agenda. I don't really have much to say. It's all been said and articulated in such a beautiful, intelligent way.
Mary, I'm sorry, please just introduce yourself for the
Oh,
record.
Mary Rossetti. And as Stephen very nicely noted, I've been living here over 65 years. Okay, I've been here all my life. I've lived in that area all my life. It's always been a wonderful family neighborhood. Everybody takes care of each other. We take care of our property. We take great pride in it. And I, for one, am disappointed in the town board, not just this town board, but town boards in the past, because they've let us down. They let us down with the condition of Sparkle Lake, with the trailers that are still there that should have never been put there. And if you look at those trailers now that have been deemed unfit, there is mold growing all around them.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you have to keep your comments.
No, I
focused.
am. I'm getting to my point.
And Mary, they'll
Okay?
be gone shortly anyway.
Yeah, no, I'm getting to my point. And then we had to put up, Stephen has this pump for the gas line that went up in the middle of the night that he didn't even know about. And now the cell towers. And I kind of feel like we're the dumping ground, like just put it there. If you look at the location, when I first realized what was going on, and I'm looking at this location, and it's like in a valley. When do you put a cell tower in a low point of ground? It doesn't make sense. And the Ericksons, I'm sorry, I didn't know their last name then. I mean, they did such a beautiful job renovating their house. It's beautiful. And now you're going to put this cell tower. I've never lost power, lost service. And who's it going to really benefit? It's going to benefit residents in the town of Somers. And I, for one, am tired of providing services for the town of Somers. So I just needed to say my piece. And I would like to remind you, I know wetland laws, Caldor, you know, it was Lake Caldor for 35 years before it became a beautiful shopping area. So we have them for a purpose, and it's almost comic relief. If you need comic relief and you're talking to someone from Yorktown, say wetland laws, because they're never held up. So, and it's not just this board. It's been going on a long time. Okay, thank you.
Elise Perlman? Ingrid? And Paula?
Good evening. Thank you for having us this evening. I appreciate it. My name is Paula DeRosa-Yakut. I live at 2617 Broadview Drive. And for those of you who don't know where that is, that's you go down Broad, you take a right on Windmill, and then that sharp left at that weird corner is down in there. My favorite part, I moved to Yorktown I'm originally from Maine, so I appreciate green space. I appreciate preservation. My dad just passed, and I've had my mom with me, and she loves being here. She loves walking up in our neighborhood. After 30 days, we took her on a walk. My favorite part of sitting at my house in Yorktown is 4th of July, as the Longos will attest to. The neighbors up at the top of Windmill in Broadview always have the best fireworks. They really do. It's amazing. So my husband goes to bed because he doesn't care. I sit on my front deck with my beverage of choice in my lawn chair on my front deck, and all the houses up in this neighborhood, if you've been up in that neighborhood, are either sort of capes, but where I live, it's either these ranches with huge patios in their front yards, okay? So Mr. Gilbert's been to my house. And so you sit there, and I sit there and I watch the fireworks. that would now be impacted with a tower. So I ask you to sort of sit in your own front yards and think about what your favorite part of your house is and what would change in that landscape if you have a huge cell tower sitting in your front yard of your favorite view of your rural country home in Yorktown. Because that's what you're going to have. I know when I was looking for houses back in 2015, we moved here in 2014, we rented a house on Springhurst Street, and it kind of creeped me out that we were on the power lines. And it kind of creeps me out to this day that my kids we're in middle school with the power line behind them. I just don't like that. That's just me being a little crazy, being a little mashugana, right? So when we were looking for houses, I specifically said to my husband, don't even think about showing me a house that's near a power line. I don't want to be near it. And so we chose a house that didn't have a power line for everything that people have said today. So property values will go down, as people have said. But again, picture it in your backyard. You know, if we need it, if we need it so bad for whatever, and I apologize that I haven't done the yeoman's work of research that the people behind me have, because boy, have they done research. I've been too busy at football games. I've been too busy at wrestling. So thank you to them for doing the research that I don't think any of us have had the time or wherewithal to do. And I feel like we as a town sort of owe some sort of thank you so much, and I'm so sorry to the neighbors there, because that's a lot of angst from 2022 of having to deal with this in your own backyard. Put it in the parking lot. If we need it so bad, put it in the parking lot. We've got parking lot here. This is the most full I've ever seen this parking lot, right? Was tonight, like with all these people here against the cell phone tower. Okay, find a different place, just not in the wetlands. That should never have been, in my opinion, should have been a no-brainer. Once we saw it was in the wetlands, let's preserve our, like we say, progress with preservation. Preserve our town, preserve our wetlands, and preserve our views of our homes that we love so much. So thank you for your consideration. That's a wrap.
All right.
That's it on the list? All right, so
5 minutes to spare.
yes, 5 minutes to spare. First, I do want to thank everyone. It's been a very informative meeting. There's been a lot presented, a lot of questions that we had coming in that have still not been answered, and work to do for Homeland. But there were a lot of other points brought up today, and it's much appreciated, because I guess when there's a ton of skin in the game, you go through every word 5, 6, 7 times, and Karen and Doug, that you guys did an amazing job in that stuff. Karen did it all? Well, yeah, but there you go. Doug, you still get credit for the Princess Pines, though, Doug. And this is what community involvement in government's about. So I do thank you all for it, because these meetings are sometimes grueling and long, but you know what? When there's a need for it, that's what we're here for.
And this proves that the process works. Our job up here is to listen. We listen to the applicant, we listen to the people, we listen to other boards, but the process works. This is what it's all about. I just wanted to put that
that's fine.
So
my question is, where's the other side of the coin here? I mean, I don't see any representation of somebody that actually wants it. And that's important. Excuse me. And that's important to me too. So,
I just wanted to say, anyone who knows me knows that for years, for decades, I've been advocating for the public to get more involved in town government and in local affairs. And this is, I think, in all my years, the most participation in a hearing, and with Steve, I know Steve from a long, long time ago, that you have brought new information. all I can say is this is one issue that kind of alerted you and woke most of you up, many of you up. Keep involved. It could be an issue some other part of town, okay? That won't affect your neighborhood, but it affects you as a Yorktown resident. So think of this as an unfortunate learning experience, and please stay active, stay involved. Local government is the government that is the closest to you, that affects your quality of life, as you have said. It affects your property values. It is closer, and as you witness here, you have an impact. You're not in Washington trying to make decisions, so you can write as many letters as you want to Washington, but your voice is drowned. Here, your voice is heard. Please stay active in everything. Subscribe to the agendas for town meetings, follow it, and come out when something catches your interest. Thank you for coming.
I did not close it yet, Steve, so you gotta. You get that, okay.
Take your time, Steve.
Question, I don't need an answer now. Has any other commercial shopping center been approached by the applicant to locate one of these towers in the corner of a commercial parking lot, like the Triangle, or a corner of behind TJ Maxx, or some other place, maybe behind the bus company? Have they looked into those options?
Thank you, Steve. So one other point, as Susan pointed out, this is where the rubber hits the road, and as some of you know, we've been in that neighborhood. I know Doug and Karen have spoken about it quite a bit. Where we do go there, we do the walks, we do the visits. We have been. I think you would assess good at trying to do our research on site. But once again, you don't get that from other levels of government usually. Maybe you get it from some of your state people. It's hard with federal; they have big areas. But this is the stuff that should engage you and should bring you in. So thank you again for that.
I would add also to both you, Ed, and Susan, it's better to be able to be vocal here and believe you've been heard, rather than sit and watch whatever news broadcast is of your choice and want to throw something at the TV screen. I think you really can make an impact.
Thanks, Lonnie. So at this point, I'd like to adjourn this, and when are we gonna? What time?
I was just going to ask you, adjourn it to a date certain.
How long before you'll have?
About a week and a half.
Are you going to set any time limits that you want to announce now, in case there's another 100 people?
I would ask that at the next meeting, we'll go from March 3rd. If possible, if you have already had your statements, you could just come up and reaffirm without a 5-6 page dissertation. Would be appreciated, not for our benefit, for the benefit of all the people who want to want to get heard, that are behind you, and that they're not here. There may be other people who haven't had a chance to come in, and I think it's really, really important that we get that opportunity to hear everyone's opinion.
One comment I would just like to make, and we're really only a couple of, we're in February now, and there was a discussion about the fact that there really hasn't been a delineation, a wetland delineation or observance of actual growth. Seeing look, I was on the conservation board for 12 and a half years. The skunk cabbage, or and to tell you the truth, late March, early April, you will know exactly where the wetland delineation is. And we haven't had any proof of that. And this has been going on for 2 years.
There's actually been 3. So that's not.
Not
that's
at
not
that.
entirely true.
Not at that
But
time of year.
But the DEC did confirm the wetland delineation. There were a lot of statements tonight that just quite frankly weren't true. The DEC, our wetland consultant, who's a highly respected wetland consultant, delineated the line. The DEC confirmed that line, and your most recent wetland consultant confirmed that line as well. So that line has been delineated and confirmed 3 different times consistently.
I'm
And I
going to
think
ask
that's
one
important.
question, and the question is, was it ever delineated during the peak of the growing season where you see wetland?
Well, it was delineated during a time that was appropriate for delineating it pursuant to the applicable regulations. So it had nothing to do with being out of season. It wasn't done in the middle of the winter. Wasn't done under snow or anything like that. And as I said, it was specifically confirmed by the DEC, who came out and looked at it. So I understand that there was a letter submitted saying that someone disagreed with the line, but they didn't even submit a delineation report. They just submitted a letter saying that they disagree with the line, which, take it for what it's worth. But 2 different government entities agreed with the line that our expert delineated, and I think that's important. And we're not in the wetland. There was a lot of conversation tonight about it being in the wetland. It's not in the wetland, and we've worked very hard for the past 4 years. I think there were comments about, we picked the easiest spot. By all means, we picked the spot that the code required. We picked the spot that was probably the hardest from a development perspective because we had to follow your code, because we had to go through a parkland alienation, because we have to obtain a wetland permit because it's in the buffer, because we've amended the plans multiple times
Folks,
to comply with some of these comments. So I just want that to be clear, and we'll follow up with some additional documentation on things like the species where we already have a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service letter, on SHPO where we already have a determination, on things like the RF coverage questions where we already have submitted the maps that I think certain people overlooked. But we'll follow up with some additional information on that, and we'll look forward to answering all of the appropriate questions, and then the board will make a decision. And what I didn't hear tonight is the alternative. I heard things about building small cells. I heard things about the antennas being too close to houses, but then the idea of building 10 new towers. Where are those 10 new towers going to go? At 50 feet, which are going to be right in front of 10 different people's houses. When I heard the only alternative I heard, and I heard people say the other alternatives were more intrusive, and we agree with that. That's what we told you from day one. But the other alternative that I just heard from Steve, and I apologize, I don't know his last name, were places that were nowhere near this. There's no commercial area. There was obviously Stewart's Farm, which we did look at, has a conservation easement on it. We looked at Jilco. It's the only other commercial property in the area, not because it's in the best spot, but because it is the commercial property. Tell me what other spot there is in this area that's less intrusive than this one. I haven't heard that at multiple meetings. But again, we'll continue to document all of that. At the end of the day, it's not Homeland Towers that chooses the site or designs the system. Quite frankly, it's not the town. Quite frankly, it's not Cityscape. It's the carriers that define the system, need the service, operate the systems, and that's why we're here, is because Verizon has identified it. And we'll submit some additional maps directly from Verizon. We'll show that. I think we've already shown it. We'll update them based on the current coverage with Hill Boulevard and also Quinlan Street. But if you look at the surrounding areas, the tower that's up at Lincoln Hall, which is a school, that's in Somers. That's providing the most of the coverage in the area. The other spot that's providing coverage in the area is also very far away, and that's the Greenwood Street waste treatment facility, which is right above residences. And then the next one is Quinlan Street, which is right next to residences. I believe you were the supervisor at the time we did that, and that's the site to the west. Those are the 3 sites. They're very far away. When we submit the maps, we'll show you which each of those sites cover and how they cover into this area and how far away they are, and that's why there's a need in this particular area. But
That was a disturbed site while I was and that was
yeah,
one of the
it was
reasons
a
why
good
we
site.
chose
There's no doubt about it. It was a great site. And the question really is there a better site? And we don't think there is. But we appreciate you listening to all the comments. We appreciate you looking at our documents, and we look forward to giving you more documents and taking a look at these things, and we hope to answer all your questions. So thank you.
Can I just ask a request? If we're going to set the reconvene the hearing on March 3rd, if it's possible, all of the new information that you're going to supply, can you make that available to the town ideally a week before March 3rd, so the clerk can upload it, so the residents can have a chance to look at it, so they don't hear it for the very first time on March 3rd?
I think it's an excellent idea, and I think that it should go both ways. I mean, we heard a ton of comments tonight that, quite frankly, we didn't hear for the first time until tonight, and that makes it very difficult for us to do our job as well. We were getting letters emailed to us as late as 4 or 5 o'clock today, and we heard a laundry list of comments about the EAF that's been on file, quite frankly, for 3 or 4 years. SECR is the rule of reasonableness. It's not the rule of everything that's possible. I heard comments tonight about, well, it's possible that there could be a hurricane and that the tower could fall on a house when it's 400 feet away. I mean, that's not what SECR requires. SECR requires a rule of reasonableness. We've been updating the EAF constantly. We'll continue to update it with relevant information. But I think it's an excellent idea. Let's get the information in at least a week early on both sides, so that way everyone has a fair opportunity to look at it and comment on it.
I'd like to see more information on small cell towers. I mean, I would like to see a lot of more information on that, but anyway.
Yeah, and one thing I would say, Councilman, is that, again, there were statements about towers, these towers being built in Bedford. That's just simply not true. Bedford just went through a litigation and put a tower behind Richard Gere's place. They also approved the tower on town property that's next to their lake and a residential development. They just approved that in the last couple of years. So the idea that there's these small cells in northern Westchester County is just not true. And the reason it's not true is because they don't work in these bigger areas. They provide very small areas of coverage. One of the things that I laugh about, and I say, if you want to defeat a small cell project, propose one. And Mr. Campanelli, and I'll only say it because he started it, said he's been doing cases against me. We have a summary judgment tomorrow that's due down in Monmouth, New Jersey, along the boardwalk, where it is appropriate because it's along the beach and there's a big spike during the summertime. He's actually representing the municipality opposing the small cells. So if you really want small cells, or you think you want small cells, we'll provide the information, but go eyes wide open. I heard statements about White Plains. White Plains has them. They're on the street poles in White Plains, dense residential area, but they also allow facilities all throughout the rooftops in the downtown, and you go into White Plains, you could see that. So
Understood, but I'm giving you advance notice. I would like to see. I would
Absolutely.
like to hear more about that.
And so,
Just as a request.
Sure,
I mean,
absolutely,
nothing
100%.
adversarial.
Yep.
So
No.
would I, and I'd like to know the height of the. It's not. I think the cityscape was 10 small poles throughout the town. We're talking. I think I can't remember the number. Three or.
Well, it would be a 50. Just keep one thing in mind. I think it's important to say this. Be a 50-foot pole for each carrier. You have 3 carriers. You don't put.
Can't they do a network connection according to?
Also, you have to have fiber. You have to have fiber connections. And these poles are in the right of way. These poles are in the right of way, and the municipality has to make a decision on the siting of them within 90 days. And you're entitled to a grand total rent of $270 per year for each one of these poles.
Right.
That's under federal law. So there's a lot that goes into it, and they're not. And these 50-foot poles are not popping up throughout northern Westchester County for a really good reason. We'll provide the information. I think it'll be very important to you to balance it out.
I think at this point, I've asked, I've requested
Sure, 100%.
that you provide us in more information.
100%.
That's where I'd like to hear.
Yeah,
more.
we'd like to provide
And are we
that to you.
talking new poles?
100%, they're going to be new poles because so the statement again that the utility company, and we agree, Cityscape, Cityscape's an out of state company. They did a very good job for northern Westchester to inventory what was out there at the time. Okay, they made some very broad coverage assumptions, which in some cases were okay, in some cases were a little bit off. But they didn't do a very thorough job, and they just frankly couldn't, of solving or coming up with a solution for the network operators that have hundreds of thousands of these facilities throughout the country that provide miraculous service. And Cityscape certainly didn't provide a lot of detail on what each and every site, how it should be designed for all 3 carriers. They just didn't.
Understood. So you're going to bring us more information, Mr. Fishman. You'll bring. I know there was information about that in your report. So if you could maybe elaborate on that for us as well at the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see what they provide. I can comment on one.
Fantastic. So you're going to get your comments over
Yep.
to Mr. Fishman. Mr. Fishman, you're going to get your comments over to us, and then we'll have another one of
And
these.
these antennas can't go on every utility pole. That was a misstatement.
And
There's
then
many
when-
limitations on these utility poles.
So when the information comes in on the small cell, I'd like to know where the disconnect is with the Cityscape compared, and maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if that necessarily was a Cityscape. I think they were throwing it against the wall a little bit, that there would be these hypothetical 3 locations. Maybe someone could tell us where these hypothetical 3 locations are in this area for 3 50-foot poles when we're having a hard time trying to find a location for 1 pole.
Well,
but
I would like to know more specifically.
Yeah, so would we,
where-
because
where-
we don't think there are 3 locations for 50-foot poles, quite frankly.
And I don't know who does that analysis.
Well-
Is it Homeland's responsibility to
Well,
do
it's
that?
like we said, it's Verizon's the one that comes up with the system, but we'll put together a report based on their data. We'll have our experts look at it. You have your expert to look at it. The reality is that this is difficult. That's why this has taken so long. This didn't happen overnight. You've been very thoughtful throughout the process. This has gone step by step, many meetings, many revisions to the plans, many questions, many answers. If this was simple, this would have been done already. If this was simple, this area would have been covered already. It just hasn't been, because it is difficult, because there's a lack of alternative sites in this area. And each site has its pros and cons, and we understand that. But to think that there's some magic 50-foot, 3-tower pill, that's not the reality. But we'll continue to provide the evidence. We'll continue to show it, and we'll be happy to have you take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I had a motion to adjourn.
Oh, did Doug wants?
You want to still speak?
Well,
Adjourning is holding over.
Yeah. I would.
Thank you.
Lo- lo- it, Doug, that's why I have our expert sitting here, and I'm paying him to be here. Okay, vote, right. Once again, I have this. Yeah, and we will, guys, Doug. So it is after midnight, so legally we shouldn't take comments, but we'll definitely look into the questions, and I think we said we would be supplied with the reports.
You guys can't leave. You have
Yeah.
resolutions.
Doug, come on, just send us the comments. You'll have plenty of time to speak.
Vote.
Can I have the vote, please?
Aye.
I have a motion.
Motion.
We do. Okay, all in favor? Aye. All right, we will
See you on the third.
reconvene this in a month, so we will see you then.
Are we set for the 3rd? Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
March
so-
3rd.
March 3rd.
So, guys, March 3rd, just in case you haven't heard, right? March 3rd.
All right, folks, we have some resolutions to go through, so if, folks, thank you guys and gals. We appreciate it. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, and goes to the middle of March. You
We
please
understand,
feel free to
understand.
submit again in writing.
Okay, guys, we still have a meeting going on. We
Ed-
appreciate everything, okay?
There's one resolution with regard to,
I'll hold it off. I know
hold it
what
off.
to do.
Which,
Okay.
Thompson, then, yeah, okay. Oh, I was just like, prefer to vote against it.
Thank you,
So we're
Tom.
still on the air.
Young lady, we are. Do me a favor. Here you go.
If you wait 10 more minutes, we'll be finished, and then you can talk.
I think she wants to go home, but
Yeah, stick around 10 minutes if you can, all right?
all right.
All right.
Go home. See you on the 3rd.
So, resolutions from the Albert A. Capellini Community and Cultural Center. Authorize the use of the Nutrition Center at the Albert A. Capellini Community and Cultural Center by the Chabad of Yorktown for 6 hours on Monday, March 2nd, 2026 for a community Purim celebration, that should be, and waive the rental fee of $300. From the Assessor's Office, approve the tax certiorari proceedings affecting the tax parcel known as Section 1612, Block 1, Lot 25, located at Lee Boulevard, owned by Seritage, which is the old Sears building, and that's enumerated below. From the Finance Department, authorize the supervisor to sign an agreement with the Alliance for Safe Kids, Inc. for the provision of community-based youth mental health, substance abuse prevention, recovery, and treatment programs and resources. Authorize 4 employees in the Controller's Office to attend the 2026 New York State Government Finance Officers Association Annual Conference in Albany, New York, from April 14th, 2026 to April 17th, 2026. Authorize the comptroller to establish a capital project, HH, electric vehicle charging stations, and to process the following budget transfers as enumerated below. And that's that money, some will be coming back via grant. From the Highway Department, authorize the comptroller to process the following budget transfer for the Highway Department, and that is $200,000 from fund balance to snow overtime. Not a big surprise after this last one. From Refuse and Recycling, authorize Refuse and Recycling Department to purchase two 2026 Ford F-350 with 9-foot standard duty landscape body trucks at a price of $89,050 per truck. And this is being bought under the New York City Department of Citywide Administrative Services contract. From the Town Clerk's Office, authorize the supervisor to sign an amended agreement with the SPCA of Westchester for non-lethal trap, neuter, and return program for feral cats in the town of Yorktown. Renewed AAA Carting and Rubbish Removal, Inc. garbage license for 2026. That is their commercial garbage license. That's one you guys want me to skip. Authorize the town supervisor to sign stormwater control facility maintenance agreement with Laura Silva for a solar project located 500 Croton Avenue, Cortlandt Manor, New York. Are you okay with the opposition to the battery storage? Or did you want me to do that separate as well?
I'm okay with it, but I wish we had known about it sooner than seeing it in the agenda, because I had to do some quick reading about it.
I did mention it in something earlier, but I just really wanted to get it on the agenda before it moves through committee. Let's take a
I'm sorry, you're skipping that?
I'll skip it and come back to it. Let me get and from the Water Department, authorize the supervisor to execute a yearly agreement with NCI Emergency Response Answering Services for the Yorktown Consolidated Water District. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so we are going to go back to authorize the supervisor to extend an agreement with Thompson & Bender for community branding and communication services from January 1 to December 31, 2026.
They were first retained right after, as a result of my of the ideas from one of the committees that I formed while I was supervisor. I believe they were funded for $30,000, and I know it's gone up over the years. But specifically this year, and I know that they've agreed, or you've indicated they agreed to work with Lynn with regard to the 250th anniversary celebration. I was wondering whether or not we could reduce the amount paid to them directly and utilize some of that money towards the 250th celebration, because there were ideas that we had that I think even you, Sergio, were interested in, with the idea of fireworks or parade and that we could buy into. And some of that money, I was wondering, rather than have them be a public relation at this stage, at least for this year, utilize some of that money. It's my suggestion for.
So I did speak with Lynn regarding the parade and the idea of fireworks on the 4th of July. If you want to do fireworks on the 4th of July in the town of Yorktown, you might as well just burn the money. because
Everyone's going to be looking at the
Everyone's-
major, the
Exactly.
national.
right,
one.
especially for
Right.
the 250th
That
anniversary.
but she still had. Okay.
So with the parade, we spoke about perhaps including a section of the firemen's parade to be a tribute. She liked the idea, and actually Commissioner McGannon liked the idea and said he would speak with the board on that.
Okay.
She was also running into some issues with places to hold events, and the Shrub Oak International School, she spoke about the fact that they did a meeting there in their auditorium. So I reached out to them, and they would be more than happy to do one of the book readings there. So we've been trying to come with some of the issues.
I would just hold off on the 60,000.
Well, unfortunately, we have bills already that need to be paid.
Are they from 2025?
No, we have the January bill already, and in addition, my personal feeling is that I would rather utilize their services to go through all the production stuff. So, it's hard to say, hey, you know what? I know you're going to work with Lynn and our 250, and even though it's not per se the town messaging, and we're going to cut your salary on it too. I don't find that appropriate.
I think they've done a great job. I think they've done a great job promoting the town. I think they've just been spectacular, and you look around, and I think they've been a big part of our successes here that we've accumulated here in the town. I'm prepared to vote on this.
Especially on the
I
commercial
w-
side.
I want to touch base on some of the things you said about what the Heritage Commission is proposing. The fireworks and the parade, I think, were not cost factors in the budget, which they have shared with our board, and they are looking for, if I remember correctly, something in the neighborhood of $40,000, which
Well,
is
Lynn just sent me an email earlier today that I haven't gotten back to because of the meeting, asking for a date that we could get together and talk about her business plan now, because she has put something in it. So, look, even if we are spending our money on Thompson and Bender, we can make a decision to spend money on Revolutionary War 250. It's very important part of our history. It's sort of that progress with preservation. We want to preserve that history, and we could sit here like adults and make that decision. I don't think cutting our resources that we've already asked, and everyone on this board has asked for them to participate with. I don't think it's appropriate or smart.
I haven't met with Lynn yet. I did respond to her email. I'm looking forward to what she has to say. I kind of have a pretty good grasp of the ideas that she has, and I don't see how we can't. I'd like to finalize her ideas, but I don't see why allocating 40,000 out of our fund balance for something so big is an issue, or 20 or 30. I don't know. I don't know why we're tying the two together. I really don't understand this conversation. Why what Thompson and Bender has to do with
I just
the
think
revolutionary.
Thompson
Well, I
and
think
Bender
that's.
does. I think
I
Thompson
wasn't thrilled with the whole. I mean, I didn't think that we got a whole lot of bang out of the buck with Destination Y. Let me put it that way. And I think that they do.
I
they
would
do it-
disagree with the calls that we've gotten, and we still have people that are looking at it. And our businesses tend to disagree, because I've had quite a few say, hey, can you do another big promotion like that?
all right. I'm just going to say, I hope, to your point about meeting with Lynn, I hope that we can do that sooner than later, so that she can, she knows how to proceed. Thompson and Bender, I have made my feelings known about that. They are just doing PR for the town. In this day and age with AI, the press releases that they write, anyone can write, and you can call up a newspaper, News 12, Journal News, which almost never does anything for Westchester anymore. And we don't need that, and we could put. I just don't think that we
There
need
are
that
other-
at all. But that I
There's
will
a little
vote
more-
against this.
There's a little more involved. I know.
Well,
and I figured,
I've worked
that's
with
why
the media. I've done PR, and I've worked with
So
the
have
media. So
and News 12 prioritizes things a lot differently, and if you have juice with the right person, you can get them here. We've had Channel 2 here. We've had Channel 7. We've had the major networks come up. So, I appreciate our town getting that coverage, because it talks about Yorktown as a whole. being that they come to us for storm coverage now, and they want to talk to Dave, and they want to see what we're doing. It's.
I hate to say they were doing that while I was
They were
supervisor
doing it
before
all
we
the
had the.
time.
I used to
yeah.
be interviewed all the
So
time.
is
it was
anybody
the-
anybody around tomorrow at 4:00? I'm meeting Lynn here. So
Well, you can only have one other
I
person.
know that. So just one other person. Otherwise, you have a quorum. So
Okay.
anybody's around.
So-
I'm here at 4:00 with Lynn.
So can
and I appreciate what Thompson Bender does, and they have access to telephone numbers that we don't.
Right. So can I have a motion on
Motion.
Thompson and Bender?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No. Nay.
Okay. And then opposed New York State Senate Bill S5506 and Assembly Bill A8378 relating to battery energy storage systems. So basically, I'm going to just read the beginning here, and it pretty much says it all. Whereas New York State Senate Bill S5506, sponsored by Senator Kavanaugh, and Assembly Bill A8378, sponsored by Assemblywoman Levenberg, proposes to amend the Public Service Law and the Labor Law to expand the authority of the Office of Renewable Energy, citing ORES, to cite and permit qualified energy storage systems across New York State. This is contrary to our town zoning that we passed, eliminating battery energy storage. They are now trying to take it out of our hands and disrupt home rule and make it a state decision. I want to send this up opposing, and
Yeah, when I read this and I went and read the bill, which, you know, if anyone is reading legislation, especially when they're amending it, it's very difficult. What I sensed from what this bill says is that an applicant can go to the state and can go to the state agency, and the applicant may request that the state agency does the permitting. It doesn't take away our right. It appeared to be to give the applicant the ability to bypass us. That's the way.
Well, then it does take away your.
Thank you.
But may, and so it didn't automatically give it to them. It just said they may, which the applicant would normally do. That's the way I read it, which wasn't clear when I read this statement.
It clearly takes home rule away from us.
It gives the option to the
which
giving the option, I guess.
and since we have it not in our code, what is their option to go to the
Well,
state?
yeah, they're gonna go. To
So
the
they
state.
may go to the state definitely. So can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Next one.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good morning, Yorktown.
Thank you, Yorktown.